Oh, before you guys start, we've had nobody apply for the members at large.
I had two
Inquire.
or three people ask me about it on the weekend.
Oh, good, hey.
And I can
Yes.
push, I know I can push both of them into doing it. I wanted to see if there was more.
Got nothing, I had one
We've
question.
done one question and that was
Yeah.
it, so yes.
Hey, hold on. There we go, here we go. I can start.
Okay, so this is a preliminary budget. Well, yes, is what we'll
Yes.
call it.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of things that hinge on this, and especially since the government's provincial budget doesn't come out until Friday, is it?
Yep, the end of
Thursday,
the end of this week, and then we will know where those things stand.
Yeah. So when we go through this, actually, I guess
Should you call the meeting?
we might, okay,
9:07?
yeah.
Thank you.
We probably will let Melissa give the information for us, and if there's any questions or concerns or additions or whatever, then you gotta ask, because that's what we're here for. And understanding, I'm not that good on bean counting, but I'm sure that there is a lot of knowledge with you guys as well. It has to be looked after.
Sounds good.
So Melissa, you wanna take us or start us through here?
So do you want me to go through the introduction part of why you do this?
I mean, maybe it's good for the public to know some of it.
Okay, I'll make it short. As fast as I can. So the reason you develop budgets is it's part of the Municipal Government Act and we are required to annually do a budget, which then you will pass as a 3-year budget, which will have the percentage of whatever you decide. This year, we just create the 3-year. But it's fluid, each year you will adjust. So, and then we will go through a 5-year capital budget, which we have, and we have to just update and give you the actuals. And then you will decide where you're, with your strategic plan that you have in place at this time, how it flows moving forward, but it's also fluid each year.
So we have to develop a 3-year operating and a 5-year capital, but today we're really only looking at 1 year.
Yes, you're focusing on this year,
Yeah.
because that will do the 3-year, so.
We'll basically
usually-
just trend off of the 1 year once we are happy with our 1 year. is
Yes.
the Intention.
And
Okay.
then the
Yes.
only thing that you add to your 3 or 5 is major capital expenditures, or
Yes,
in your operating, if you have a big maintenance that you anticipate over the next 3 years, you add that. But other than that, you use just, it's basically extrapolating based on cost of living or whatever increase.
yeah,
And that was just mandated probably, what, Melissa, 3 years ago that we had?
came in about 2021, 2022. It became mandatory that we had to do this, and it's
That's
all
right.
due to grants.
Yeah, 3
Yeah,
years.
it's-
Yeah.
It's a good thing to do.
Yeah, and it actually makes you kind of plan,
Mhm.
and that's where strategic planning comes in, because we just kind of follow the plans.
Mhm.
And that's how we move ahead, and of course, with it being an election year, you guys are going to redo your strategic plan.
Okay.
So it's the financial plan that balances the expected costs of administration believes the summer village will incur in a general day-to-day activities, which is primarily funded through taxation and grants. The operating budget makes up the day-to-day costs needed to provide the services and the programs the council decides they want to have for that municipality. The capital budget, it is like purchasing a home or vehicle. It funds major fixed assets for the future. At-home capital costs include your home, vehicles, and renovation. Capital budget also funds the repayment of debt at the summer village. Capital purchases include machinery, vehicles, buildings, and parks. Okay, roads, maintenance, all that stuff. How does the municipality fund budgets? Council administration work hard to calculate exactly how much money is necessary to fund the programs and services in the operating and capital, and then generate the funds from multiple sources, not only through taxes. So that's where your fees and service bylaw comes in. Property assessments, net transfers from reserve, federal and provincial grants, user fees, and sales of goods. Every summer village does have an associated cost, whether it is a direct service such as snow removal and the purchasing of a vehicle to use for road maintenance, or an indirect cost such as maintaining our facilities and running the municipality. A reserve is like a savings account. Each year, the summer village puts funds into reserves. Money is only taken out of reserves when needed and used for critical capital and operational budget items. The advantage of putting money into reserves is the interest accrues on a large portion of the balance. Now, we have to make sure we understand the difference between the grant accrued interest and our reserve interest. Because grant in money that comes from the provincial government, we collect interest because it's the grant, we have to claim that with the government. They track it.
Okay.
So it's not ours.
Yeah.
Particularly
Yeah.
for any other use.
And some of that grant money we have with us, and other parts of some grant is held in Edmonton.
Right, you still have some that hasn't been released, just so you're aware. We're almost there to getting all of our funds released. This building will offset to get the rest of the funds we need released. So right now, we're working with funds we've already got,
Right,
but we're at that 5 year and they're pushing. Because they will start taking the money back. And we don't want that, so we spend it.
on capital.
Yes, this office building will bring us back up to where we need to be. So
To
that we
be
can
current.
move. Yes, and same with the LGFF, that road that we did,
No,
Now-
CCBF.
CCBF, sorry. That now has brought us current, where we're not gonna lose any funds.
So just on that, for government grants, they're not specially applied for. These are standard capital and infrastructure grants that are administered, and they tell us what we're getting, not what we apply for.
Right, so how it works is there's the CBBF, which is
So
your fed-
CCBF.
Okay, well, acronyms aside.
Yeah,
Okay, let's put it to the right term. The federal gas tax is the
Okay.
federal. And
Yes,
that one, we get a certain allocation based on what was agreed to between the province and the federal. And they redistribute to us.
to municipalities.
Yes,
And that is for infrastructure, transportation infrastructure.
that is for concrete infrastructure. You have to do the project.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
but gas
yeah.
tax is mostly for roads,
Yes.
if you want.
Yes.
And
and
then the second one,
so the CCBF one too is also like, parks and recreation as well too, like there's a little bit more to it, but it's really challenging for we've tried a few times, like for even dust control,
They won't do it.
they won't do it.
Has to be
And
Capital.
construction.
yeah, building
your
something.
Yes.
stormwater plan,
Yeah,
your stormwater plan that you have done, they won't cover any costs until you're constructing.
yeah, so they won't cost the
Yeah.
planning and design.
Yeah,
That's right.
exactly.
Where the LGFF lets us do the planning documents a little easier, but they wanna see you move ahead with your planning documents and implement something.
So do we know ahead of time what those two lump sums are?
We will,
Yeah.
yes.
That's, after Friday, we should know, we're getting X number of dollars under this grant and X number of dollars under that grant, so it's not something that's going to fluctuate throughout the year, it's,
They
we
give,
know.
that's right, they give us a heads up and now they've restructured it, so we already knew, and I've got the numbers for that. But with the way the province is moving, we wanna make sure that when they do their budget, there isn't something that they're readjusting based on the economic situation we're
Yeah.
in.
Yeah, because they talked about it.
Yes,
And it has been hard. We're really fortunate actually, because we're not having a tough time But there was some. We went from what, 120, 130, 130,000 down to 70 or something.
Yeah, I have a graph for that, which will be in the big
Okay,
full budget thing, you'll see where, when it was called this, we were up here. And then it got changed to this and it got decreased, and now we're sitting kind of, I think we're now at about 75,000. And they really wanna make sure that you've got a plan, because they want you to spend at least, to release the funds, you must spend at least 10%.
okay, so you've got these two lumps. Is there a third lump? Or that's it?
The other one is called an operating grant, which we have it calculated in here as about 18, just about 19,000, and that can go towards operating stuff.
And that's a set amount determined by them.
That's also set,
Okay,
yes,
so we have those three.
yes.
Do we have, I know in the past you could apply to a green environmental municipal that was only available to municipalities to change light bulbs. I don't know, like.
Those
have-
grants are still out there. This is just the ones
Yeah.
that we know are annual, that we
So
have.
we base our budget on this.
Yes,
And the other ones are,
if we get them great, good cost savings in, as long as we have a project.
and they only apply to that specific project, whether it be
Yeah.
Yes,
planting shelter belts, or whether it's changing light bulbs or buying an electric car, whatever that happens to be. It's a targeted one by the government that says, we will give you this, and that's typically a matching too. So
Yes.
typically you have to contribute something and then they contribute something, and you do that project that cannot be used for anything else, correct?
correct, and that's
Okay.
why strategic planning is really, because then we know what other grants we're looking to try and offset, but build into the budget the matching part.
Okay,
Because it will affect your budgets. Can I turn the lights on? I'm realizing it's
We're in the
getting
dark.
darker.
I don't know, our budget's pretty tight.
okay, so we've got the.
So,
I was hoping to cut the electrical costs a little.
We got the three lumps
Yes,
that
and
we know are coming, and it might be some, tweaking, it might be slightly up or slightly down.
correct.
Okay,
Yes, and then the other thing is I was hoping we would fall under the commercial carbon rebate. But municipalities don't, and I will be able to have those numbers in the complete budget to show you what we spend on that carbon tax,
yeah,
at least in fuel wise. and
you
how
can
it
break
affects
that
us.
out.
I found out how to break it out, so I was like, woohoo, I get to actually track it, but I looked up and I thought, okay, they're given the commercial carbon rebate, it's supposed to come out. Do the municipalities qualify? I can't, it looks like no, the municipalities don't qualify to get it, only private
Companies,
companies, and then it's taxable.
so they get it and take it back.
So I thought maybe we would get some extra money back, because we do get our GST back, right? So I thought, wow, this might be handy, because that's the other thing. We get our GST back, so some of the purchases we do file at the end of the year with the auditors, and we will get a lump sum payment of GST back. So the GST we spent on the road will come back to us. So that will offset this number for the actuals, because that's why I say, I can't tell you for sure where we're really sitting, but this, once we get all our GST back, that's gonna be all applied to it, which will reduce that too.
So the expenses we have in here, those include the GST that then comes back at a later time.
Well, we have it in a separate account.
Yeah.
So, but we don't have the full numbers yet
Right.
until the auditors.
So the revenues that you were speaking of are taxation, fees, grants, is that considered revenues?
No,
Okay.
only the operating grant is considered.
Operating is considered a revenue.
Yes,
Basically,
and
everything
it's
is
in
on
here.
Here,
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but basically your mode of the budget is fees and services. And your operating grant
Mhm.
and taxation.
And operating is always, you know,
Oh, yeah, it doesn't cover it.
No.
No.
And it never has.
Yeah.
And the other thing is the provincial, there was that kerfuffle on. So the provincial government wanted to have the federal funds go to them first and then to the municipality. So
Yeah,
that was a problem, and I don't know where that stands either right now. I haven't heard.
right now, everything's kind of unsure until Friday. Then we'll know. But a lot of this stuff like probably approximately by the time we get done all this with the service fees you have and stuff like that. It doesn't mean that this full budget is what gets taxed onto the property. Because in the end, you calculate all your fees that are different. And then you figure out what the taxation portion will be.
And then you set your mill rate.
Yes.
Yeah, and it all
Yes.
goes from everything from mooring and boating to the golf cart. And development permits,
Yeah,
there's a whole bunch of stuff.
oh, lots of stuff, yeah.
The other thing that's in revenue, which I'm trying to wrap my head around, is draws from reserve. Shows up as a line item in revenue.
Yes, because that I put in there in case there's something that you guys make decisions on, these other decisions. Then that would end up probably coming from the reserve. So we can
But,
apply
yeah,
it to
Right
that.
now, that should be zero.
We can put it at 0 and then that hikes us back up.
But that just would
That's
be
that
one,
fluctuation I left for, you guys have items here that you want to talk about, and I don't know what. I just left a little bit.
that is one thing that when we get to it, I'd be interested in knowing is, what is the overall reserve?
Yeah.
Accounting, bookkeeping in terms of what's gone in and out of it and all that,
Can you
But-
pull up the last one?
but
Last
know,
council packet.
the one thing I'm wondering is if. Reserve draws are called revenue, isn't that like already been revenue a previous year and we're calling it revenue again this year, so is it like a double dipping?
No, so what you do is once we get, the auditors go through everything and we get this all. You guys will either, if we have a little bit of a surplus, you will move that surplus over into reserves.
Right.
And then that gets into the bank account and that's now going to be built into that reserve. We zero everything out.
Okay,
Every year you zero out, that's what municipalities are, we have to have a balanced budget of 0 to 0.
So the only one that is drawn from op reserve is the admin revenue, correct? I think every other one's zero.
Yes, I just put that in there as that balance for some of these items that I can figure out what do you want me to do.
Okay, but then if we
But
zero it
otherwise-
now and then we decide we wanna add this, then it has to go somewhere and you're suggesting that's. So you've already predetermined that there's going to be some costs that we wanna put in there, so that's what that 12,000 is, or 11,000.
Yes, which I've kind of worked into all these other, we'll figure out how to manipulate these so it fits.
You want that sheet?
Yes, so right now, we're sitting at unearned MSI grants that we hold. At 212,668, so that was in your council package at the last meeting.
Okay,
And the CCBF, we have now fully spent because we did that road construction.
that's not what he was asking. He
Okay.
was asking about what is our reserve?
the operating reserve,
What is our operating or do we have a capital and an operating reserve or just one
so I
reserve?
think those numbers you gave, well. I guess they're the grant reserve.
You could say that grant is the capital reserve, that's
Yeah.
fair, but if it's a grant for
I'd say.
roads, you can't use it for your roof.
True,
So
You think this
it's
year?
not
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
Yeah, I'd have to get Lori. We can pull that sheet so that you guys have it in the final.
okay, to me, it's helpful to know, like, especially in the last couple of years, have we been. Drawing on reserves, building reserves.
Yeah.
So,
Where are we trending on that? And then,
Last year you drew on reserves.
yeah, you can see that in the numbers here,
yeah, so, yeah, because moving forward, and there should be, I believe there's a recommended, I know there is in the private sector, but
Yeah,
there's a recommend, or the non-for-profits, there is a, typically there's a, a 1 year of operating or 2 years of operating that
Yes,
needs to cover from your reserves, or if your infrastructure is aging, you're gonna, like Bashaw has to replace a bunch of water mains.
yes,
Calgary did their water mains.
Yes.
That stuff was pulled from reserves because it was a emergency funds, if you will.
Mhm.
So if we have little to none, then we need to know that. If we have excess, then we need to know that.
yes.
So we either
Yeah.
need to build it, and there is an accepted number. I don't know what that is.
I think it was 1 year, yeah.
I think
Yeah, it's usually 1 year. I think
I'm just.
we're not there yet.
On.
We're not there at all.
And and municipality can really run into trouble with Big Valley is right now with their lagoon.
Yeah.
Because they don't have the money to repair that, and it wasn't.
The more
Look,
Part of
interest,
that, part of that comes down to like, a useful exercise would be a risk analysis of what's the risk that we're gonna have a major expense.
yes,
A building envelope failure or something like that, or things like that. But other than that, like we don't have big infrastructure,
No,
so we don't have big risks
No.
of
we don't have,
unexpected
Not
costs.
like some of the other ones, for sure.
Yeah, like the water main breaks, you talked
Yeah.
about that, all of a
So
sudden you're spending
The
millions of
lagoon,
dollars.
the water main,
That makes sense.
water means, yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
But you look at things that could bite us, it's really the buildings are the
No,
most
no,
expensive
yeah.
things that could fail and
That's what I tried there. So-
unexpected.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're correct. And I'll have Lori break that for you guys. And that's right in the budget package, so you know exactly what's the restricted, what's the unrestricted reserve, because that's what you're looking at. Unrestricted reserve is the general operating reserves. And then you can allocate those based on your services, which I haven't seen that yet, and I'm still trying to get my head around all that. Since we moved from Stettler, things have been different, and we're trying to still iron through a lot of that. There are reserves.
So
We
it's all
don't
one
need
account.
the extreme, like a municipality that has the underground, but you are right. You have to have that balance of, but they also have other services. Like if you do a utility bill. If you look at your utility bill, they have a capital component that's building their reserve.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
our requisitions are the same, like the landfill authority, for example, has reserves and
Yep.
the Shirley
They
McLean.
have to.
So it's actually part of the municipalities as well, in a way, because if something happens,
To those.
that would affect us, the
Yeah.
reserve is already there.
Yes,
It's the same thing as if, let's say, something happened to the lagoon in Bashaw. And so we could haul there. The next closest place would be Lacombe. And then they pipeline it to Red Deer. So Lacombe, it would have to be hauled there. And then when I checked into it, it was around $15 a cube to dump there.
yeah.
Where
But our-
Bashaw, it's not.
Yeah, our infrastructure, I think that we have here is the buildings. You're right. That's our infrastructure, the playgrounds. Those are reserves. If there's anything on there that we want to build more onto, that would be our own infrastructure. Some things we just don't have control over all the time, but if you wanted to change a license and you wanted to make an actual beach area and schedule this area we're gonna maintain as a beach, and we wanna change our license with the province, then there would be costs associated with that, because that's a service you're gonna provide, right?
Yeah, there is a lot. But we're okay.
Well, we don't know that because we don't know the number. So
We don't know the
we
numbers.
assume we're okay,
You
but
know, right?
at least Paul and I don't know the number. Is it 50,000? Is it 100,000? Is it 200? Is it $10? That's important for us to know.
Yes,
Because if it's an operating reserve, it's like contingencies. That's how I would look at that. Okay, we had a massive snowstorm or whatever event that we spent more than our budget, so there's some contingency money that we can offset that.
yes,
If it's a major disaster and it's on the Capitol and the roof blows off because we have a tornado, then, I mean, insurance would cover it, but.
Most of that would be insurance. 'cause
Most
that's
stuff would be, but there
Yeah.
could be stuff that's not covered,
Yes,
then that, you know, and it's stuff like water mains in Calgary and Bashaw. It's
yeah,
lagoons that burst and, you know, and because we don't have that, but it would still be important to know what those reserves are.
yes,
Yeah,
and
that's
actually.
Number.
And a true number.
Yeah, and we can do that with your financial report that we provide you monthly, we can break that apart.
Okay.
So
And
and
that,
it should be broken apart, which I've been looking at that thing, okay, we got the MSI grant, we got the LGB, or the,
well, I don't think
CCDF.
the
CCDF.
reserves are different than the grants though, right?
yes,
Cause you can't use the grants for some potential reserve problems.
that's right. Although some municipalities have broke their law.
Yeah, I think it's important. And
Yes,
that's supposed to be in a separate account as well, is it not? Isn't the reserve in a separate account? And you have
Usually
to have a
it's-
special,
well, it depends, because we wanna watch our bank fees, so we have money already put into, they're locked for 90 days and we reinvest.
and that's our reserve?
Those are reserve numbers,
That's what I'm
yes,
thinking, yeah.
Okay,
yes. So right now, we have a 300,000 GIC locked.
so that is, but that you're not telling us that is the reserve number, you're saying,
And
That's
there could be a part of,
okay,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yes.
I would like to clearly know what our
Yeah.
reserve is.
yeah,
But email Lori.
Thanks, Paul. That's good to bring that up.
and it's good to actually, I've been looking at that, thinking moving forward, it needs to be part of your regular meeting info in your financial.
That'd be great.
Because I think that's good for the public to also understand too.
Mhm.
Because it's hard for you guys to, when people say, my service wasn't done, or this wasn't cleared. Then you have a better understanding of, well, it's either basic operating or what your request is above and beyond.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and it's part of transparency, and that part is missing.
I've been working towards it, it's
Yeah,
getting
well,
better.
it's never been there.
Yeah,
The only thing that we've had in the past is with grants. Restricted and non-restricted grants, that was broken up, but it's gonna be a big job to get that figured out too.
Non-restricted to me is your general reserve, so I will make sure we've got that there because that's. And then if you want to allocate those non-restricted specifically, I'll make sure we have it figured out what actually has been allocated or what you should be allocating.
if we're pulling money from reserves, do we have to have a motion and the full council approval on that?
If you approve it in the budget, it's approved.
If we approve, yes, if we approve it now, but throughout the year, let's say you. Major snow event, or I don't know, that's the easiest to figure out,
I'm
and
gonna,
you go over budget,
yeah,
For that particular line.
does that, yeah, for that particular line. Do you then go into the unconditional reserves and pull money to pay for that?
in the end, that's gonna come down to when we get the final numbers from the auditor and where we're at. Then you're gonna be doing resolutions of covering those excess because of these certain things.
Yes, so we have to have a resolution.
Yes.
To pull from reserves, either reserve, operational or capital.
Well, that was council last year when they said they wanted drawn from operating reserve to cover the rent. That was built into the budget.
Okay, yeah, that,
But we haven't, we went over,
but that's a resolution.
yes.
And when you went over, how did you pay for that without a resolution?
Well, that's where at the end of this year with the auditor, you will have to fix those minor things.
In the moment, you have the authority to continue to do operations.
Correct.
Even though it's, you know,
Yeah,
suspect
Above.
we're over the budget, you don't
Yes.
necessarily know in real time.
that's
Right.
right. Yes.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
But
don't.
eventually you have to have a resolution to spend, to pull that money from one to the other to cover it.
It's just like if you've got excess, because you did so good and you balanced or you found
Yeah.
cost savings, and now you have extra money that's a surplus.
Yeah,
Then you're going to do a resolution after
put it
the
into
auditors
reserves.
go through to put that into reserve.
yes, yes,
So
that's how you
they
build
might get-
reserves.
Right,
Yeah, so you'll either go from one to the other. Most of it kind of gets built in here, but it depends. Because we don't, a budget is not always fully accurate because you never know what's.
It's never gonna be, hope that overall you're accurate, but there's
Yes.
always gonna be
Yes.
puts and takes on individual lines.
Yeah, and there's certain factors hope we've kind of covered off and all of a sudden it's like. That's unpredictable.
Yep.
Yeah, like the emergency roof repair, that was unpredictable, but I had to do it. And that is one of the things that it's like, yeah, there's a policy that states if it's emergent, I can move ahead. But now we'll have to talk about it at the end of the year.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So property values assessment. So residential property values are based on the home's market value, which is the price of a property is reasonably expected to sell for if sold by a willing seller to a willing buyer. Assessors gather information on ranges of sale prices in the marketplace and use these sales to determine the assessed values. In setting the values on a property, assessors complete the valuation using mass appraisal techniques and statistical data as part of the process for calculating market value assessments. Some type of properties such as farmland, machinery and equipment and linear are assessed using provincially regulated values, so they're out of our control too. And therefore have different valuation standards than market value.
And this is done by a third party for us. The assessment,
Yes,
that we choose an assessor every year. Or is it a standardized appointed?
well, there's not a lot of assessors out there,
No.
so yeah, we kind of,
The organization,
Yeah,
Yeah.
we use
and it's been.
Central Alberta, one based out of Red Deer or
Yeah,
something.
Terry.
yeah, municipal
Willoughby.
property is just,
Okay.
so he calls himself.
Municipal property consultants LTD, like 2009.
And we've
Yeah.
used them for a number of years and we're happy with them and we just
Yeah,
approved them to
actually,
move on.
it used to be, Don and Carly Sheridan.
Yeah, they live down on the road. He was originally, and then now we have Terry
Terry and Keaton.
and Caden, and I think from what I was listening to, Terry will be retiring pretty soon too, and Caden will be taking over.
Okay.
Unfortunately, assessors really hard to find enough assessments.
Yeah, town Stellars is in there too, I think.
Yeah,
Or county Stellars.
Okay,
yeah,
so that is done though now. We
Yes.
have the assessment values for 2024.
we
Go
just
your backwards.
received them, yes.
Yes.
And that was in your last council
So,
package?
yeah, and so that was the increase based on the average home going up, and then there was additional assessments that moved from vacant property to finished house.
Correct,
So that's the two increases that we,
yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So and this is regulated through the Municipal Government Act, they tell us how it has to be done, so that's why we contract it, because it's a lot more work and you have to be it's regulated, so, yeah. Financial reporting requirements, the Alberta Municipal Government Act states that each municipality must prepare annual financial statements of the municipality for the immediately preceding year in accordance with the general accepted accounting principles of municipal government, so they said all that legislation is set out. So that's why we have to hire an auditor and they audit financials. And the financial statements must include the municipality's debt limit. The amount of the municipality's debt is defined in the regulation under section 271. Each municipality must make its financial statements or a summary of them in the auditor's report available to the public, which we do, in the manner the council considers appropriate by May 1st of the year following the year for which financial statements have been prepared. So again, that's another factor that we have to budget into here, is we have to pay for that. Some requirements have a cost. So we get into the budget. Now, I did go to the TD sites and kind of pull some external factors, because there's some external factors that maybe it will affect us, maybe in different ways it's gonna affect us. So there was a slowdown in 2023 and 2024. The Canadian output is expected to rebound to around a trend in 2025 and 26. Thereafter, real GDP growth is expected to move to around 1.9% to 2%. From what I have heard in the news, Bank of Canada is still sitting with that. even with the tariffs, but they're not sure. So population growth is expected to decelerate in the coming years after its recent boom boosting labor productivity growth. And as a result, the Bank of Canada is expected to cut its policy rate back to our estimate of the neutral rate of 2.25 by 2025. Which I can't forecast that because I'm not them. American tariffs on Canada can affect the municipality in purchasing, cost of repairs, contracts, replacements, etc., which I think will also have a factor on development. I don't know, but I'm gonna say people will be looking at that.
Okay.
Federal carbon tax increase again, April 1st, 2025 will be about another 21 cents per liter, and I'm going to get you the graph on that to show you how last year affected us.
I think that's incorrect. I think the total will now be 21 cents. I think the increase this year is 3.3 cents.
3.3 cents?
Yeah.
Okay,
Up to now, a
Yeah,
total of
that's,
21 cents.
I thought that was huge.
Yeah,
So I don't think it's that high.
yeah.
good.
I looked that up, so I was
Oh,
thinking
you
that's
did?
not right. Yeah.
Okay,
20.1 or 21 is what it will be in April.
with, that's the
total.
lump.
The lump, the
The
whole
lump, okay,
Okay, I
so
thought,
it's
holy cow.
3.3% increase,
Three point-
this
3.3 cents per liter increase.
3.3 cents.
To a total of 21 cents per liter.
Yeah.
Perfect. Still
That
plays
is,
a factor
that's
in
solely
this, though.
carbon tax.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Increase up to the 21 cents is what it will be with the total. Now,
Depending on who we vote for in the federal election.
If you
Yeah.
get one.
but
Yeah.
this doesn't even include the stuff that's coming on our electricity bills and our gas bills.
Yes.
Supplies. Yeah, like I just kind of,
Which is the next line.
yes.
Yeah, it'll
So,
increase everything. The carbon
Yeah.
tax increases, yeah.
yes, yeah. So I got the utility increases, our insurance renewals, because I've already updated our insurance with our new assets, which means that goes up. And then some requisition increases will be provided once the provincial budget released March 1st as a breakdown of information provided below, because I don't know where the provincial education requisition is. It could just follow assessments and not have it'll increase, but it'll just be based on assessment growth, or they could add an additional increase.
So based on assessment growth, do we know, just for this and future planning, do we have a rough idea of housing starts and housing completions that will take it from a vacant lot, be roughly, $600 a year, to a finished house with a value of, 300 or 400,000, which would be a much higher tax? Do we know that last year these many were completed and went from vacant to finished? And this year, based on the development permits, is that increasing?
It is increasing, yes,
some
yes.
action around new
And-
housing starts and stuff.
So what the assessor does is every fall, before they come out here to do any assessments, they ask us for our list of development permits. They review all that, then they come physically out and they see where they're at in that development.
Okay.
So they're actually physically coming out here and reviewing what's changed. They do that annually in every municipality. We don't always see it unless you can know who you're spotting.
I think somewhere in here it said there were 12 or 14 development permits or something like that
Yes.
issued last year.
Yeah.
Is that it? And
That's pretty standard, like there was few years that we outperformed the towns.
Yeah.
and what is there, about 50 undeveloped lots right now?
No, there's more than that.
There's more than that.
About 100
Closer to over 120.
Ready for development lots?
This
That
area.
could be,
Oh, was
that
it?
have
Well-
like of the road and service and there, somebody could come
Or
and say.
you're saying excluding the newer area.
Yeah, not
Just
area-
vacant lots.
vacant lots that somebody could come
Yeah.
and say, yeah, here's my plans, I want to start building.
Yeah,
next
there's
week."
about
72 were
100?
Really?
Right.
But there would be
These are your-
some that
CAO.
people might own the lot right next to them and they don't,
Yeah, check my CAO report.
Right,
would not sell it or develop it. I mean, that's-
So I provided you guys an update in my CAO report, you just gonna pull it up and it'll tell you, like, I know I put in how many permits we issued, which could be
There's
major.
There was 32 temporary permits that were issued last year. I think there's like, and then the rest were out of the 90. So the 56, 58.
Yeah, 58 would
Or-
be your actual empty properties, RV properties.
That, yeah, had
Okay.
that,
So temporary permits, just, and this is what we wanted, these are good discussions. The temporary permits are those ones that can go above and beyond. 4, is it 4?
yes, you only go to max of 4 for up to 5 days.
So then that's what we track as a temporary permit,
Right,
and there's no charge on that. So
But
we
the other
had,
one is.
Yeah.
There's a charge if you put, you're supposed, once an RV gets put on spot as per your land use bylaw. Is $300, you're only,
Yes.
even if you're only there for a weekend. Supposed to be
if you only use your vacant property here once
how it's worded, yeah.
for a holiday trailer, you will pay the $300 permit. If you do your request to have a family event.
Yeah.
Where you're gonna have more than 4 trailers on your property, then that's considered a temporary. Maximum
Four's the
5
max.
days,
4 is the max.
4 is the max.
Including the one that's on there all the
Yeah.
time.
yes, okay,
Mhm.
and we don't
That,
charge for that
yeah.
unless that's something you wanna discuss moving forward, that's for you guys.
So basically, I guess, to answer my own question, it is the increase from vacant to finished houses is fairly stable every year,
Yes,
going up. And then the increase in value, unless there's a market correction, is fairly stable every year. So we're kind of counting on that in our deliberations.
yeah, the only thing that can happen, and I've seen it happen in other municipalities I've been in where the assessments took a dive.
Yeah, there are market corrections, usually
Yes.
temporary, usually
Yeah.
1 or 2 years, yeah.
Yeah, and I
08
think,
and 09.
I think that happened back, I have to go back in my mind. And I think it was because that was when the province decided to change the way assessments were being done. They changed the regulation and we took a drop.
Okay, but for this exercise, that has already been determined for
Yes,
2025.
yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, that's good.
distract it.
We're getting through this. That's what the whole point is, is to learn through all this.
Lori says, I got my answer about reserves. So general reserve, we have $515,760. While the public lands reserve is $152,750.
There you go.
What's public lands?
Public lands reserve would probably be like Ambar stuff. But I think,
There's a value of that? Oh, okay.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Everything has a value.
yeah, so
But
like.
that's not, why is that a reserve? We can't spend that.
Which was
The second one.
the second one, 152,750. So I can clarify what that means. That's what I think. I'd be like your Parks and Rec and stuff. Like your Emmer, but. Hold on.
It could be anything that's been developed, usually they have to pay the So a municipality, when somebody goes to develop, they have to give a certain amount, either in cash in lieu, MR, or they give you land. So if they give you cash in lieu, based on the Municipal Government Act, it goes into a reserve fund, can only be used in parks and development.
Right. It's like a developer setting aside a golf course or
Yes.
something.
And it was very, very restricted before. We had on the end of Front Street across from you,
Oh, yeah.
Donna and
That's,
Boyd.
cause all that
Williams,
stuff at JCM and stuff's in that
Their
thingy.
Yes,
cabin, actually, the Williams never put the cabin on the property.
Yeah. So
Too
needs to be,
close
so.
to
no,
Okay,
the
fine.
property line at the back.
Hmm.
So counted that, and sold them 30 feet of reserve to make it so the house was
Compliant.
compliant. So that $30,000,
has to go into that. Sure.
it sat in an account for 20-some years. And we finally got permission to do the playground, to
Right,
get rid of it.
yeah.
But it's, the rules are more
Yeah.
easier
Oh, for sure.
now. But then it plays around with there's schools, for example, in some municipalities that are on municipal reserve.
Yes.
And so that complicates things, but we don't have any of that. So
So,
them two figures, though,
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, I think we
The
need
public
to,
lands, so I look in the public lands tab, she was typing and now I don't see her typing it, we're just hold on. It has like all the JCM adventure stuff, it has Walt Cornelison subdivision that we applied for a year ago. And same with, the other one that had the 3 properties that, the one sold and broke out into the other ones around it. So that's what, those stuff are in that counter.
so we'll have to verify exactly what is in that. How this is all broken out so that you guys can make decisions when you strategically plan on where you're gonna be putting those funds or developing something that could use those funds.
So Aaron, what was the first total, was 500?
$515,760. And a little change,
and that is both a capital and
that's
a
general reserve,
general reserve.
it's general.
No,
reserve.
that's just a
General
point in
operating.
time one, like obviously
For sure.
probably in
And
end of
that's-
July, our reserve would be way higher because everybody
So this
sends
was,
in their property
this
tax.
is,
Well, no, no,
That's different.
that's different, that's just into your regular budget, so reserve is.
Our savings
aside.
account. The reserve is our savings account.
So I
It
need to
doesn't
make
increase unless we put it in there, and it doesn't decrease unless we take it out.
Okay, but
which
what
there,
happens when we have more cash at the end of July and less cash at the end
The
of
end of
June
the
each
year.
year?
that's operating.
That's operating,
That's
actually,
the
that's the bank
operating.
account.
Yeah,
That's your checking account, if you will.
Okay,
So one's a checking account, the other is a savings account. It's very specific.
yeah, and so what we do is as all those huge amounts of funds are coming in and we watch the bank accounts, we start moving to savings. Because we don't, if we leave it in the general account, we don't get anything and it just sits there, so we try to play earn some interest, help put some.
But that
money-
doesn't go into general reserves, or does it?
No,
Okay.
no, but we have an account set up where we can still earn
Yeah.
interest.
okay,
Yeah.
But it's the general operating that you guys have approved.
Yes, it's a savings operational account. It's-
Yes.
Yeah.
Reserve is very specific.
okay.
And the terminology is very specific.
Lori
That's
When
said,
you can.
for that public lands, it is a fee that developers pay when they're subdividing. Is usually set aside, for example, playgrounds or other development type improvements. It should say that, what it is used for in either the agreement or policy.
So if you wanted to put a playground or a pond or.
Yeah,
Build a shed or something like that, but it is very specific, that one. And that's
150, hold on, let me go back to that, 152,750.
So if we wanted to do a major reconstruction on the village center, we could potentially use
Potentially.
potentially as long as it's recreational,
related.
yes.
It's whatever, so she says whatever is said in the agreement, so the ones with like,
I'd have to
Great
review,
stuff. You have to look at their agreement, same
Yeah.
with, the one we just had with those 3 developments. Or not 3
Yeah, and
developments,
the thing is with Maynard's property there, if they were to, someone was to try and develop that acreage that's left, then we have to have a brand new subdivision
Uh-huh.
agreement.
Yeah.
And that's where the fees come for per lot
Right.
that we've collected in it.
yes,
And it was, some of it's collected when they sell so many lots or their arrangements can be made.
So in some of the municipalities, they call that like a green space. They don't call it parks and recreation, they call it green space. So if you're putting on a major development, you have to have some designated green space, and that is for playgrounds or
Yeah, 10%.
walkways or.
you can do either or, a council can decide to either take it in land, or
Yes,
you can take it in cash value.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yes,
yes, it's,
and then you can apply it Cause some municipalities will say, well, I don't want any more rounds.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take it in cash and lieu.
Okay,
Yeah,
There. Yeah,
With
got it.
strings attached for that cash.
yes,
exactly. It has to be laid out and sometimes the developer will, want it in the agreement.
Yeah.
Where it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so I have to review those agreements, which will be another meeting with Leanne. So we can finalize how is this all set up? Was it done in a certain way? Or is it free for you guys to make that decision based on recreation? So, yeah, the more policy we can get more concrete, the better it lays you guys out in the future.
so then we got a bunch of requisitions
Yes, the
that we have
school,
no say in.
the school foundation, I'm not even gonna read through this,
No.
it's based for you all basic. The senior housing requisition, we think that you guys have said there shouldn't be any increase. So, with that,
There's no increase in the rate, I think just if there's any variation in property valuations between the different municipalities that could impact it slightly.
there we go, yeah, so I didn't do any changes there until I have something final. The other requisitions, I have a long list. So we have a lot of requisitions actually, which is, they provide us a service, so we pay for it. So we have the Capital Regional Assessment Review Board Agency, which we have to have, because that's our assessment review, that's our
Yep.
our municipal property consultants is the assessment services, which is a requirement by the MGA. All these are pretty well requirements. Parkland Regional Library Board, you've had your discussion on that. Now, this number might not be completely accurate, but I went with the high number until I get the final. Because I think they may have decided differently on their population, or did they stay with that population?
I think they stayed with the numbers, there was no
Okay.
discussion on that.
Okay, the Parkland Regional Subdivision Development Appeal Board, we're part of a regional, and that's a statutory requirement. Which isn't too bad, but there would be additional costs if somebody did want to appeal,
Yes,
okay? I didn't actually put a lot of room in here for those things, but those can affect, we're coming from reserves, right? The provincial policing. Yeah, I don't know where that's gonna go this year. So that is guesstimate of 23,000, because it keeps increasing,
okay,
So when do you get the final numbers on a lot of these ones?
provincial budget,
Okay, they all is in the budget.
yes,
Which is later this week, you said,
yeah.
okay.
The Shirley McClellan Commission Phase 6 debenture, that one is coming this year. And I got the numbers, we should be pretty accurate based on everything, so it's about $3,600. That has also been applied under the grant. We already did that last year, so you could use your LGFF grant money. Yes, that's what we took it out of. Is that correct? Yeah,
Which one?
you keep changing the names, I wish they would have stayed them.
the venture for the Shirley.
Oh, yeah.
Or you can have a discussion on if you want to do the special tax that you do a separate bylaw. And you charge the property owners based on the number of properties. So this could be done that way too.
Just like the road use agreement.
Yeah, like the road use agreement.
Right.
Because this is a one-time this year. This is what you're going, and we can pay it right out. The venture ongoing is one that was done back in phase 1, phase 2,
Phase 1, yeah. That's
phase
the only-
1.
We've paid off all the rest of them. Phase 6 is the Roshan Sands from Sense.
Yes. But we did in the beginning, we do a debenture that's ongoing, so that is a cost that's worked into the budget.
And that one, last leg that's gonna be done won't be debentured until 2026.
Yeah, 2026, 2027,
Yeah.
which is the Roseland to compare?
No, the one that goes from Denalda to Roseland and Ball.
Oh, there, yeah. So I already have that kind of in the back of my head. I've got that from the counties, so we can make sure that we have that in. I'm gonna kind of have a list for the next budget.
There, the commission has supposed to and does send all the members, the 14 members, when there's only a certain time that you can pay off a debenture, and it's when they refinance with Alberta. That's the only time you can do it. Otherwise, if you do it at, let's say if you wanted to do it now, one that was
You're
still
still
going,
paying the
then
interest.
you gotta pay a whole
They
shit.
make you, yeah, it's a
Yeah.
penalty
Yes,
for paying early.
yeah.
Yeah.
The Stettler Regional Emergency Management Authority, so it's based on the properties.
Yeah, Melissa, I was just gonna get these. I know they don't like paper, but. Don't give.
I've got that.
Oh,
This is just the members of the Shirley McClellan. There's 14 communities. There used to be 16, but the county of Camrose and the county of Macomb got out of it. So when you look at us here, White Sands, so that 74,000 cubes is our annual allotment if we had infrastructure to take the water to the houses. The truck fill has nothing to do with that number because obviously other people are using it. So that 1.72% is if there's a debenture that comes, our share of the whole debenture for the commission would be that 1.72. When we first started the commission, they had us at the same as Castor. So that was just about 7%, right? And it took me 6 years to get it down to where it was. Well, we had to hire a consultant finally because they just weren't listening. And I only got that lowered from that Castor's allotment to where we are now by one vote. It was absolutely ridiculous, but it's saving us hundreds of thousands of dollars
Yes.
in debentures.
And it's very accurate where it sits right now.
It is, because
So
we're-
I think that we're on the right track, and then if we did want to do an investigation to take infrastructure to every, it's gonna have a cost.
And that's not part of, that would be our own internal cost. not
Yeah.
part of the big
So-
picture.
Yeah,
there's a flange in
Yeah,
in
that
the
would
building.
allow you to put it in.
Yeah.
so we'd have to build a reservoir. Like it's
It's huge.
it's huge,
It's a
and
huge
then you,
undertaking.
then you have to get into utility bills, and then
Yep.
you have to get into capital components for replacement and build a reserve, and we all know it's a lot bigger than just turning on a tap.
Yeah, and then you have to have an operator,
Yep, more staff.
because the commission is only responsible to the truck fill. After that, you're on your own.
so this amount, this 74,000 cubes per year, that's what we would be expected to use if we developed utilities.
Right.
And we pay for that amount of water every year, even though we're not using it, or how does that work?
You can go below it, but you can't go over it by 10%.
Or they charge more.
Right, but right now we're
Yes.
using zero, because you said you're not even counting the truck.
Yeah,
So,
That's right.
so that,
Are we-
Truck is separate.
so are we paying these amounts each year?
so what we're paying, we used to pay the administration, which is it's over about $120,000. So we used to pay 1.7% of that, but they changed it about 4 years ago. So that the people that have infrastructure like Castor and Coronation in their towns, Big Valley, they are the ones that pay the administration. We don't pay that anymore.
Yeah.
We just
This-
pay debenture.
This is just so that when it comes to the debenture, they have an idea of what you could. And that's how they divide it. Otherwise, we actually pay the cube. That's how we do it. So based on
So
our.
this is
cube,
just paying to get the pipeline past us.
The
or to
capital
us.
infrastructure,
Yes.
they do.
And then we pay on top of it. So that's the infrastructure capital. And
Yes,
then we pay for usage separately.
correct.
Okay, but right here in our budget, we've got 3,600 for phase 6
Yep,
and 4,365 for debenture ongoing.
because these were capital component infrastructure that was done. The ongoing debenture was because we did not pay it off right in the beginning.
Okay.
The debenture 6 is the discussion the council will need to decide if they want to stick with using the grant in the end, or do you wanna move it to a special tax one time, get rid of the debenture? We're gonna pay it, but you have to either figure how you wanna collect it. Do you wanna collect it from the individual properties? Or do you want it to be covered under one of your grants and that takes it out of there?
And the one that,
It reduces what you can do with your grants.
the only line that we're paying for is the phase 1 that went from the, like the plant at the river, the town
Yeah.
of Stettler owns that. And they sell the commission water. And we have the transfer station just west of
Yeah.
Stettler.
So
But
that,
that debenture was so large at the time, like it was around $75,000 for us, and we didn't have the money to pay it off. So that's the only one we haven't paid off, so.
so this is that ongoing one, which is built into your budget because we have to make that payment.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's,
So it's-
it's infrastructure debt.
Yes, and so it's being redistributed annually through the tax.
Okay.
But there are other ways to do this moving forward.
And then that another little piece to that is the Denalda situation with their pipe stand, with their reservoir there. They have to have a new reservoir built. And there was funding for it. I think it was 2575.
Yeah, they've got the funding for it and county took it over because they were gonna lose it.
Actually, the commission took it over.
Yes.
Not the county. The county are managers for the commission.
So normally the commission would not be involved in that because that's Denalda's problem. But if they wouldn't have gotten involved, they would have lost it. The
Right.
commission would have.
Right, but the commission has never, ever paid into a reservoir
Right.
in a
But
municipality.
the county has to look at the balance, right? So they've got the water going to Denalda. Denalda's got big issues with their water holding tanks and their stand that they've got that services the whole community. If that village decides to dissolve or something like that happens, the county ends up assuming it is a hamlet, right?
Correct.
So in the end,
It would come into the play anyway.
it has to be fixed and it would, after a review, if there was a dissolution, in a review, those things would have to be rectified anyway, because that's what would be stated through a review.
And I've got a meeting in April. Commission meeting, and then the question is gonna come from, because we had talked about this before at council. Whether the members of the commission would be responsible for paying that debenture. Or is it just gonna be Denalda and the county? If Denalda folds into the county, like it's
Yeah.
a touchy subject, because we haven't paid for any reservoir, like Halkirk, their water tower went down, so they had one, but Painter's paid for it for them.
So it'd be basically if we put water lines and a tower up, we would be responsible, but if we. Yeah, it is their responsibility, but if it fails, then it becomes all of our responsibility, sort of thing. Ish.
So I think that's a
I don't think
discussion
that's-
at that level within all that. At this point, we should be focusing on, these
Yeah.
are the debentures we.
Right. And so that now the tower would cost us $17,000, our portion of the debenture.
I don't really get that, why
It would have
we
to,
would be paying for Denalda's
Infrastructure.
infrastructure repair.
yeah, and I think that's the commission would have to be able to justify to all of those members how that's going to flow, and then that would be the discussion at that point in time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
The Stettler Regional Fire Department, so that one is a requisition and it's based on the properties, so. It's gonna have, I put the kind of a 3% increase on it from last year. It is up for renegotiation this year. I am going to push when we go for the renegotiation that nothing changes until 2026. For any new costs, because then it's easier to budget. If we're halfway through the year, that's too hard for us to manage, so we'll stick with the 3%. We know what our properties are, we know how many we have, it should be fine.
Okay.
So basically, when Melissa was talking about that special tax, I think I forwarded it to you guys out of the MGA, didn't I?
I will actually bring it in the final budget package so that you will know how it works, what effects it would
This,
have.
like you were talking for the roads and stuff, especially.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
So
so
if we put something on top, yeah.
there is
Yeah.
just certain things you can use a special
Right.
tax for. So what we used to do is use the roads and also the fire protection was evenly across the board.
Right.
It wasn't based on assessed value.
Yeah.
Because it was a service that everybody was using, like if you had an empty lot, you could get a fire started on there, and that's happened down at CJ.
The same thing with the roads in and out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there is things that can be put in at special tax.
So there are options, but I think I need to have time to make sure that when I'm providing it to you, how does it affect the other part?
Right.
Because there has to be that balance, because it's the tax notice will show the separation.
Anytime we do a
And
special.
it is
Yes.
difficult. I know that Graham used to have a hell of a time with budget time with that special tax in there, because it's a separate.
I figured it out, so I'm okay now.
Yeah,
and-
about what goes on everybody's, yeah. So
Yeah.
everybody gets the $25, whether you own a lot or whatever it is, $50.
Yes,
Whether you own the lot or whatever. And the other one is a fluctuating based on your value.
yes, and I have now, through further discussions with municipal affairs, now know how it has to be set up, and we were doing it wrong, now we're doing it right, so now I can start getting everything better in mind so that it'll be easier to explain to you guys the effects and how it works.
And the other part is a little bit more difficult for people since we changed over to MuniWare, our computer program that spit out the taxes every year. The ones that we used to use, the town of Stettler's, used to separate the land value and the improvement value. So there was two lines on there. So it made it a lot easier for people to understand how it
Yeah,
was, right? But now it's just one big clump.
but we do put the we separate the assessments out, like we've already got it up now. Address, assess value. We've already got it up on our website so people can look.
Yeah.
If they need further detail, we can direct them to the assessor. If they want the breakdown sheet, they can get that from the assessor. So there's lots of open transparency there that you can break it down. It's just that we don't have the opportunity here to have it put down on a tax notice to separate it all out. Just if there's somebody who inquires, no, give us a call, we'll put them through to the assessor and they can get a copy of their whole sheet.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can only do it for the property that you own.
Yes,
Like you can't do it for and find out what your neighbor's doing.
Well, you can get the.
you can,
total,
You can get the total, but not the.
Not the breakdown.
yeah, no,
And that's what, yeah.
That's
what's
standard
across the board.
yes.
Um,
So if you wanted to buy a property down Buffalo Road and you wanna know what the assessed value is, you can just go to our site and pick an address and you can tell what the assessed value is.
And the government, it's like the assessors are supposed to be by rule within 10% either way of market value. But there's no damn way it
Well,
is.
because sometimes the market jumps.
Yeah,
It's always low.
Yeah.
Your
Yeah,
assessed value is
typically,
always,
yeah.
always always low.
Most of the time, they are lower than what they sell for, depending on the community and the location though.
Yeah, if it's a dying community, it could be the other way.
Yeah, it's gonna go the other way, so. And then last but not least is Stettler Regional Waste Management Authority. So that one, we have the budget number in there, I get a percentage, they said 2.5 to 3%, so that's what I did over last year. So in total, we have roughly about 130,000 of requisition,
That are really,
part of the budget.
okay, and then assessment.
Assessment growth, so I made sure that this is what was put into the last council package, so that's not included in this budget. I didn't include the assessment growth yet, because I don't have those numbers fully.
Okay.
So I just went with the 4% on the whole tax.
So when the assessed growth comes in, that might be reduced. Potentially,
Yes,
likely.
likely,
Okay.
we're gonna see that little deficit there disappear.
Okay, one thing I don't understand looking at this chart. So total previous year, total 2024, so went from 133,000 to 140,000 total assessed value. It says the growth is 293,000 and the inflation is 6.8 million. So to me, that growth is the new development.
Correct.
So 14 development permits issued, only 300,000 net
Net value.
value from those, and all the rest in is inflation of existing properties. Am I
Well,
reading that right?
some development could be just a deck though,
Okay,
a development permit or,
but I
Yeah.
mean,
But you think
293,000, that's.
one house would jump at 300,000.
Yeah,
yeah,
So if we built,
That's-
if we got 4 or 5 houses, which is probably a norm, wouldn't that jump it by 1 million?
yeah, that's what I was wondering, like when I look
The
at the growth
inflation-
number, it just seems so small.
Our growth number, yes. But inflationary, if you look at other municipalities, if you go to the larger cities, they have jumped by 100,000, 150,000.
Yeah,
Where we don't have that.
No, he's not talking about inflationary
yeah, like,
growth, he's talking new development growth.
yeah,
So
which-
moving from a vacant lot to, like, let's say if there was
Building a house.
4 vacant lots last year that now have houses on them, wouldn't that be more in the million as opposed to 293?
yeah, that's my question, like.
Depends what they're being assessed at and are they $1 million homes out here?
Well,
I don't know.
Well, true, but I just
I
expected.
can't, I'm not the assessor, so I
No,
just,
but that's a valid question, though.
yeah.
And I know
that
there's
is really confusing.
I know there's a few puts and takes on it, like residential improvements is plus 475, and then vacant residential is minus 379. So I guess that makes sense that you're moving something from vacant to occupied.
Yeah,
And
I look at the
I don't know what exempt public means. There's 197.
exempt public. That would be all of your municipal reserves.
That have value.
We have over 50 odd municipal reserve.
So if you go by last year, you go by your development permits. If you look at the list I have online, out of the 14 development permits, you only had one that is a single family dwelling. The rest were septic decks, attached to garage, or municipal
So they're
office.
the other infrastructures.
So they weren't, so
Okay,
we know that there's 4 or 5 houses that just went up. Does that mean they're not,
That could have been back in 2023.
or it could be 2026, or now, this
Yeah,
year?
Not finished.
Not finished, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
So they would still be, so if it's an unfinished,
they would be
House.
assessed to the stages they're at.
oh, they would be.
Yes,
So wouldn't that be an increase from
Well-
a vacant lot?
you have, if you really look at the numbers, your vacant residential, it really didn't go up that much.
Went down.
Because in 2023, you were 10,474,870, and now you're only 10,557,070. Now,
right, which most of it is inflation.
Right.
At 461,000
Yes.
up inflation, 375 down in growth. So I
Yeah.
think that's removing
Yes.
houses from vacant residential.
And we also
Or we
had
watched it.
consolidation happen last year, so then you went from 409 parcels to 403 parcels, so there's been some things.
Okay, that does explain the vacant. How do
Yeah.
we not have a lot more on the new, like the residential part?
Like if I'm picking out one, which is, when you go out here,
Well, the one right at the four-way stop.
yes,
Okay. so
that one increased last year.
A little bit.
From vacant
To.
To
whatever
improvement.
they-
partial completion.
Yeah,
Yes, partial completion, and then now it'll be fully complete. But it already had been starting to increase.
So that's part of the 475. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes,
So that growth,
and then you had one actual full residential build.
that's not
So,
done yet.
yeah,
Um,
but it would be in this assessed value of growth.
Okay,
I just kind of.
okay, so I didn't
But
realize
it's
they
not
were,
fully complete,
so they get a partial
yes,
Yeah.
as part
Okay.
of the fall.
yes,
So like the
full-
one that went at November this year,
yeah,
it's, they have done the foundation and they've got back, like, so I know for sure that they're done foundation right now, but they're not done completely yet. I just know I gave back their 50% of their deposit because the foundation was at least done.
And then the assessors would take that into account, saying
Yes.
it's 50% of that building now. If it was a $200,000 building,
Yeah.
yes,
then they would be assessed at 100.
yeah,
Let's say.
Yeah.
Okay.
or if it's a $400,000
Yeah.
build, they get assessed at half of
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Okay, so that is taken into account. That
Yes.
still seems rather low.
yeah, so the bottom line though is from these numbers. Of the $7 million in increase in property value of everything in White Sands. The huge majority of that, 6.8 million. Is reflected in increased value, assessed
Yeah,
value
yeah.
of existing
Yeah,
homes.
and
Yeah.
where your property, is it located lakefront, is it not located lakefront?
Yeah, but all the
Yeah.
property has gone up due to inflation.
Yeah, not
Yes.
because of,
Not
Yeah.
because of
Because of-
growth.
No,
Growth is very small.
yes, and we have no control over the inflation.
No,
no.
It's
Market
unfortunate,
values.
it's market values
Yeah.
increased by that percent.
yeah, changes market value, of real estate listings, sales, improvements to properties, that's where we listed the development permits. And improvements to properties is reflected in the residential and vacant residential, so. Properties considered residential are residential with a detached house or similar building. Vacant residential, which is bare lot, or we call it RV lot. Farmland, undeveloped land that is capable of being used for agriculture. So. It is the council that directs the amount of taxes collected in the tax year to address current and anticipated expenses. Summer Village of White Sands has limited non-residential assessment to realize other tax revenues, so most taxes collected are residential. Less than 0.5% of the total tax revenues comes from non-residential taxes. So. Commercial property building from which a company can operate a business, we have none. That is completely zero. Linear gas, that's the electric power, that's all the agreements we have in place. Linear property assessment balance is $659,960, and that's what we have currently. No, because we received that from the province. We don't know what the rate's gonna be yet, because the province will announce that in their budgets. So the assessment summary graph kind of shows, and we will, this is where it just keeps going up due to inflation, a lot of it. The operating budget, okay, municipal staffing, so the operating budget reflects the true costs of operating a standalone municipal office, equipment and staffing. Inflationary increases are accounted for in all categories. The municipal office staff consists of a permanent full-time CAO, a permanent part-time office clerk, who's multiple, and one permanent full-time maintenance supervisor for the shop. Payroll liabilities have increased by approximately 2.7%. which is paid for by the employer. The municipality has applied for the annual Canada Summer Day student grants for the municipality to hire summer students as laborers to assist with the municipality in the following areas of grass cutting, outhouse maintenance, garbage and beach cleanup. The grant helps offset approximately a quarter of the wages for the summer staff. A quarter to a third, we're not quite sure, it covers about $70.50.
Per hour,
Where
yeah.
Okay.
the municipality has applied for 3 summer students, but based on budget approval, we are more than likely only able to employ 2 based on this proposed budget. Okay,
Which is the same we had last year.
yes. The municipality's wages follow the annual AMSC wage and compensation survey, which is completed by Alberta municipalities and fall within the minimum and median averages. The following charts depict the findings for villages and summer villages. So this is to let everybody know, this is where your wages sit. So your first graph is showing kind of all the titles that fall under the chief administrative officer and finance directors and accounting manager. Like, we do have someone contracted to help us offset to make sure that we're following everything. The auditor is separate. That is a separate thing we have to do based on the MGA. And then we've got assistant to CAO, legislative clerk coordinator, administrative assistant, receptionist. So these graphs show where everything sits based on, and villages are usually populations under 1,000, which means they could have the same amount of properties as you guys.
So I looked at these based on, villages and towns, and then I asked it to be just villages, because towns aren't the same.
No, population.
And
under-
so we're saying by this that our 3 staff are at the median,
The min to medium wages.
min to medium wages across the board.
Yeah.
The admin person, is this based on a part-time as well? Like, that's just comparing the hourly, or this is an annual?
This shows the annual, and our wages depend on our operation hours.
Yeah.
That's how we have things working, other than the CAO, because the CAO is a contracted salary.
Salaried contract. So if we wanted to increase or decrease the hours,
Then that would be a change of service that you would be doing, yes.
so I think this is the appropriate place to talk about it, but we have the summer staff. Going from 3 to 2 is probably a prudent thing to do. But also, do we need a full-time maintenance person throughout the winter? I'd like to, there is a cost associated with having that. And when we have a particularly snowy winter, yes, there's more to do. When we have a particularly moderate winter, would I be out of line asking that whether that is appropriate to have that many, 40 hours a week?
I
To do
guess,
snow removal when there is no snow?
so I guess that would depend on the services and the expectations that citizens require and what services you really wanna keep or get rid of or cut back.
Okay, but
And then
given the
we would
existing
adjust.
services, if we didn't change the services, is it an efficient use of 40 hours in a week when there's no snow?
Unfortunately, to make sure that we have the staff available, and I'm looking at the labor codes and hours and what are we willing to offer and what are we gonna cut. A lot of it would depend on the services, and then I would have to implement based on that. If there is a reduction of something like, how many, I don't know. If you put somebody on part-time and there's still the same demand requests, but we're not available anymore, are we making things better, or are we, because we're gonna have to change the service and what we're doing.
Would we?
Yeah, and then we have to decide, can you contain staff that would be able to maintain, or are we gonna end up calling contractors because we don't have anybody? Which are a huge cost now.
Yeah, no,
It's a real hard thing. I know that we used to. Well, it was years ago, but we used to just have a guy in town and in the village here that used to just do it, you know.
well,
And
but
then it would, and he never went anywhere in the winter time.
yeah, and then he would just charge accordingly.
Yeah.
Based on hours.
And that was,
Which would be great if we could do that.
if you could get somebody, that's the real big.
Cause that's kind of how Roshan does it, right?
Well, Russian is a different kettle of fish because the government does the provincial
parks,
government
yes.
goes all the way to the park.
Yeah.
And then the county goes all the way to the bay.
Right?
That's theirs. So there isn't a whole hell of a lot of road that they have to do.
Mhm.
They have less roads because their main drag
It's
is
taken
done.
care of, yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
so they don't have
Just
to worry
little
about that.
branches.
Yeah.
There's little branches off and then it stops and then the county is the rest. So the dynamics is different than here. The other thing is there's a little more service requests here for certain things that they don't even do over there.
Right. Like the clearing of the driveways with 72 hours notice or whatever.
Yes.
So they don't do that?
No.
You're on your own?
You're
I
on
don't
your own.
know.
And the boat launch road, for example, we asked at that meeting about whether the county would do it and they said no.
No.
They used to do the whole village.
Yeah.
It was theirs.
And then like, so there's those things and then it's we could change the level that, you know. The concern I have is that they watch. And they have input. But if we adjust too far, is it gonna make things worse for you guys because the complaints? I can handle the complaints, but will it increase even further?
Yeah,
Do I think there could be other ways to restructure? Probably, but I also have to be able to retain somebody and not
that will
leave us.
have, yes, that will give you that flexibility.
Yes. And if there was. What Roshan is so unique.
Yes, it is, and it's fair to compare it and it's not fair in other ways
Yes.
because they do have differences for sure.
Yeah,
I just don't know, I guess I would be curious to know what a week without with any snow accumulation happens in the winter. Like, why do we have somebody here? There's no snow to plow,
even if there's no snow, there's still the watching the water, the sewer, there's still the maintenance, if the hall needs anything. There's, or.
40 hours worth though, I guess that's my.
I'm not gonna disagree with you
Yeah, I
or
just-
agree with you.
In the summer, things are busy, there's a lot of people, there's a lot to do.
Yeah,
There's the grass to, I know summer students are hired for that,
Yeah.
but to maintain that. Historically, have we always had a full-time? I know sometimes we seem to have had two people all winter.
previous, before all the other stuff, yes, you had a full-time person. And then they would balance their holidays that they've accrued. And they would balance those things within that season, so they were always here in the summer and then they would take all their. Earned days and stuff during the winter, but then they would balance out to getting the prep ready for the spring.
And in the time, like when Neil Walker used to do it, there was one point in time, the population of White Sands was 3.
Yeah, permanent population.
Yeah.
Probably
So
two
it was a
hundred and
whole
some.
different- We didn't have CJ and none of CJ
That's
and
fine.
none of Ranch, none of that was put together yet. It was
Yeah.
just the old part of the village, the cul-de-sacs and Front
Yeah.
Street.
No, I guess I'm not disputing when there's work to do, there's work to do and
Yeah.
we'll keep them busy. I'm looking at when we have a week with no snow. Would it be more prudent to have, okay, and then let's take, okay, so if we have only 20 hours versus 40 for now, let's just do that math. If we only have somebody on here 20 and there's no snow, well, 20 hours is plenty. I'm sorry, but there's not that much to do and 20 hours should be more than sufficient. If we have a major busy snow, 3-4 days, and we've only got the 20 hours and we need help, would it not be more prudent to bring in somebody to help for those snow events only? Or overall, over the season of snow, would that not be more efficient?
Or pay overtime.
Or
you know.
pay overtime and say, okay, now, sorry, but yeah, it's a busy week, you can put in overtime this, for another 20 hours, can you? And that person, and I'm not putting any names or anything, this is a position, not a person. If this position was 40 hours for May 1st to September 31st, and 20 hours from October 1st to April 30th, or whatever it happens to be. Would that not be, it's probably in the neighborhood of a $20,000 savings-ish,
Well, is it because you got them on benefits? Like, there's certain things you're offering to attract that,
For
to
sure.
have that person. And then if you're reducing them, then we have to decide, okay, so what, are you gonna cut them off their benefits? Are they gonna even stay? Is it sufficient for somebody if they're not in, if you're
They're only working part-time.
if you're retired and you're set and you just want something to do, different story. If you aren't, and this is your income and livelihood, then will they stay? Would they not? Could you attract?
Yeah.
That would be the thing. And then we have to look at, okay, so if a snow event, then we gotta call contractor, which is going to have costs.
Mhm.
Because there's 11 kilometers of roadway and depending on the size of the equipment they have to bring in to do it. And then are they going to be able to keep are the things that we're doing going to suffice or are things gonna have to be let go? Just to be
Well,
able
and
to
then
open
that's the
them.
other problem too, is if there's a snowy year, your contractors, they got a lot of oil leases. and
Yeah,
stuff
they're
to do.
busy,
Like
for sure.
And
they
yeah,
would not necessarily prioritize your village.
availability could be an
It is,
issue.
it is a hard call, and I know that in the shop there, like there's maintenance on equipment that gets done before the summertime is coming or the springtime to get it ready.
And then
there
there's
was
the
a-
community requests when they want something and if we're not available because we've reduced the hours and then all of a sudden. Then we've got to upset citizens, right? Because, well, you should have been here. We need this, we need that. Well, we're doing what we can within the times that hours were allotted. Or do we do the call out because it's an unscheduled, that's 3 hours now. Because of a half an hour thing. I don't have the full,
Yeah,
but my concern is retention, attraction. And the services that citizens are expecting or want in the balance, right? But those services you can adjust and then we don't worry about it. And then if we lose staff and we have to do it through contracting, it's based on their availability, not what people are expecting. I don't know.
It is,
I don't
it
have
is
the
a hard, it's always been a difficult subject.
yeah. Well, I think it needs to be just discussed and I'm.
Yeah, no, you bet, because it's money. It's also, everybody has their eyes open.
It's a perception thing,
Yeah.
it is money and, but it's also a perception thing, okay, we have our maintenance people, and their main job in the winter is to remove snow, and then we don't have snow for 3 weeks.
Well,
Or we get a
Or
snowstorm,
we get a snowstorm and they're busy for a week and a half.
or we have a snowstorm that hits. And it happens to be a scheduled day that they have something else because they're a family oriented employee. But the snow's still coming down, but they don't know why we're not out while the snow's still going down. So we've adjusted the policy for
We have about
that.
24 hours.
Yeah, so, but those are the little
You still get those.
perception that
We
they.
still get a snowstorm that we had to, this year, we probably had to have them, what, twice? Out on a weekend to plow.
Which
because-
was an additional cost, which I don't want to do that. I don't want to be paying overtime. I want to keep it balanced within the budget. And even during the summer, when the requests for, and that's why that new policy is coming next month about the beach access gates, because there is not gonna be any more overtime calls on a weekend.
No, I think that's the low hanging fruit is not having overtime, particularly if
Yes.
overall there's less work than 40 hours a week, then there's,
Yep.
you know, I think waiting through a weekend unless it's a true emergency, you know, to,
I agree.
Yeah.
It's just our policy didn't have that
Well, now it does.
flexibility. Now it does.
So we should have got rid of that. I don't know. I don't wanna belabor it, but that is the one thing that.
yeah, it is a hard one.
It is a hard one and it's,
I think,
At the
You
same
know,
time,
other municipalities deal with the same thing, like,
Yeah.
for example, the town of Stettler, or Big Valley, or
Yeah.
now, or whatever. Like, the town of Stettler has all that equipment there for snow removal, and they get right back at it when it snows, but if
Yeah.
it doesn't snow, they still got staff.
yes,
All year round, I mean, it's something.
it's the
that is-
balance of one over the
but
other.
when you got the choice of 0 or 1 or 2 or part-time, you know, you're making big chunks. I mean, you
yeah.
have a town of Stettler, I don't know, 10 people on staff, and you can say, well, we'll go down to 8 or 9 or something like that, but
Right,
it's hard to make a cut when you're at 1 and you say, well, what do you cut to?
yeah, you got one. And that's kind of where we've tried to, we try to create that balance because we know, and I definitely understand it, this is taxpayers' money and fees and services and stuff, but again, it's the wants and the perception, and we're trying to get that balance so that, yeah, we understand there's costs. If the request didn't fully always come in, we could probably reduce even more costs. But it's that perception of what if, which we deal with a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I could find that
Con-
ultimate scenario,
Contracting,
contracting is scary.
we looked at that before too, and it's really. It's hard. Like.
For full-time contracting, I think would not work.
Like
If you had nobody here in the winter, that would not work.
Yeah, but if you're looking at about $1,200, $1,300 per grader to come in. Per event,
Mm.
that gets costly, then that grader. Is one cost, and then you gotta get a sander out here and,
Yeah.
yeah, those costs will go up.
Well, I'm not disputing to have our in-house versus contractor. I'm just
Yeah,
suggesting that 40 hours seems to be a lot of time to, when we don't have those events to sit, unless there's projects that, and
Well-
having administration here is probably gonna help.
yeah,
Hey, what are we after today and what are we doing today? And
like maybe as part of restructuring and I assess things as we move forward, maybe we could put things down for a public works mortar of 37.5 hours. Maybe there's little things I can find in
Yeah.
a different way. But I think that right now, the way the budget's set, I need more time now that I'm here to assess even more.
But there's other ways of also, if they're. I used to make a list for maintenance during the winter. That they had projects to do, like the catwalk or the dumpsters, that was made by the maintenance guy in the winter time in this old shop here. But there's also other ways, like for say, if you wanted, you had people that had time to wait. We've got a journeyman welder here that could be contracted out to the public. Small.
Then you need to set up, you gotta tell me if I'm building a policy and what's your contracted rate.
and then what's your allowing?
It's,
Well, we have
Yes.
a contracted rate already, so in your fees and service by that, but we don't have a policy.
We need a policy for
but
it,
there's,
on what
there's
you're willing to do.
ideas if we really put our heads to it, there's other ways of,
Yeah,
if the maintenance isn't busy at certain times, then have them make money for you as well.
But there are things that we are doing that like for the hall. Things that need replacing or things that they want us to get completed for them. They're minor in a lot of ways, but they take time.
And you're right, Danny, too, with Melissa being here all the time.
That'll help.
Now she knows what's going on more and more all the time, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And and absolutely that time when there was two.
That was a waste of resources. It was more looking backward than looking forward perhaps, but I think we just need to be cognizant that moving forward, I would like to see that looked at, and maybe we even track the snow events. And, you know, year to year, last year was, I can't imagine what they did last year, because there was no snow last year. So this
Last
year
year it was
is,
late and then the grass started early.
yeah, and
yeah.
there is, you know, stuff to get ready for the spring,
Yes.
like maybe April, May, yeah, okay, they're busy. And, you know, getting the lawnmowers ready and all that
Yeah.
stuff.
But you're right, it all depends on the event. I'm not disagreeing, but every municipality runs into that
Yes.
is if it's a season that's normal and we get lots of snow, they're working. If it's prolonged warm weather, you still have your staff, but they're not being, but you still have to account for that because otherwise you don't have that retention, and if you
Yeah.
don't have that, then how do you attract? Because I wish I could say there was somebody that would just jump up and say, we would do it, we have no life, we're available, it would be easy.
I can't, and maybe it needs to be pulled off the budget thing, because there is probably some cost savings, it's probably not huge, it's probably 10 grand. By the time you take it to a part-time, I would just like to see maybe a better management of that time in the winter. I would like to know when it doesn't snow for a week, what's the.
Yeah.
The
And maybe
idea-
that's in our strategic planning discussions, and as I move forward with assessing, restructuring, and then bringing like, how do you guys want the structure of the municipality? And get the policies in place so that we can move that forward.
And it might be just a matter of, okay, when there's no snow, maintenance is doing this.
Yes.
And maybe that's what I would like, or we as a community should know, okay. He's
Well,
not just
remember-
sitting in the shop drinking coffee and eating bonbons. I'm not saying that that's happening. I'm just saying that,
And
so the perception is, he's got
Right.
other projects and he's fixing, and he's building, and when there's snow, that's the priority, but when there's nothing to do, he's doing this.
Having,
But I can't have the perception of like actually monitoring every hour.
Oh, no, and I don't want anybody tracking it.
but the idea that Laura mentioned of, you know, here's a list of projects and make a, you know, we make a deliberate effort to put a list of projects in front of them, and granted.
Yeah.
Materials for the projects and stuff, that's a budget item and all
That's
that,
right.
but, you know, have a list of things, and even something like, every time I'm in a meeting here, I look at these windows that have been dirty since the thing was moved in. Why isn't he out there with the squeegee doing that, is an idea.
That was me. I will take that because the freeze thaw, I did not want any more ice buildup around the outside until I can get
Okay.
the landscaping
But-
done and then.
Okay.
I think it's
to do
the-
that.
Yeah, it's one example I keep thinking of every time I look out there.
Right,
But, you know, like, you know, is there a list of projects that,
Well-
you know,
and that's where
and
the
give it to
strategic,
him and say, if you
Yeah.
have time, work on these.
Yeah,
but that's where the strategic planning of where you guys want things to move in this municipality. Do you want us, should we be looking at any changes in the outhouses? Do we start building things in the winter? Do we start implementing the other things in the winter? That's for the strategic planning I need from you guys in the fall, because that's gonna start setting us up on moving that part forward too.
well,
that's-
a
that's-
project list is a good thing to say, okay, you've got a project list
Yes.
that has to be completed between October 1st and April 1st, and that should be,
And
Right,
then there
because
needs
we're
to be-
gonna implement.
Yeah, and there
in the
needs to be
spring.
discretion in terms of, you know, okay, what are things that, you know, are indoor things that can be done any day? What are things that, you know, you can't do when it's 40 below, that you can't go outside and do it?
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
but, you know, have a list of things and say, here's your expectations.
And he's working, and then you can, you know, and I know you can't, the public isn't managing this,
That's
but
right,
the public is
Yes.
noticing this.
yes.
And I wanna make sure that we're getting good value for money. If we're keeping him 40 hours, let's make sure he's got projects for 20 of those 40 hours. And when
Yes.
when it snows, you know, that's the priority, focus on it.
Yeah, and I'm not disagreeing that, yeah, we need to get better, and now that I'm here, yeah, we have some things that we're working towards. And yeah, but the seasons all depend on what the seasons provide us, like right
Yeah.
now. Do I have him up monitoring, is there any place water is gonna start pooling, because everybody's getting it?
Yeah.
We need to make sure we're on top of
Absolutely,
that.
and one thing I will say, you know, like. Having him out here and having like the graveling out here, you know, it's been great, like you go out there and the roads aren't slippery or icy when I'm walking around, and those things are appreciated, and that there is value to that.
And I don't.
I agree with
And I'm
you.
not, you know, I'm not picking on the service level. I mean, yes, it looks great. He's done, the maintenance has, I'm not even gonna say maintenance has done a great job on keeping this great.
Yeah,
My comment is like, okay, I'll give you the example. I see it, we're gonna get to it in a little bit. But covers for those garbage containers, that's been driving me nuts.
we've
Because
already been in discussion on
Yeah.
that.
So, you know, we had a summer student go in there for 2 hours every day and pick up crap
Yeah,
that the birds had scattered every morning almost. And then there's probably wind blowing that gets, you know, we have to go through the trees and pick plastic. If we had something as simple as covers, well, you can buy covers, $1,000. Or you can probably have our master journeyman welder build something that would solve that problem for $200.
which is what, that is,
And I think that's where we're going, but
yes,
I would like to see some of that, oh, wow, we can't because we don't have the time. We do have the time.
Yeah.
It's in the winter, so let's make more efficient use of the winters.
yeah. And those discussions have already been happening internally
Yeah.
already. It's just, I would throw them out here on the budget.
Yeah, well, but there is, I mean, that's
Yes.
on our bit of our wish list.
Yes,
Maybe some of that can be in-house.
yeah, and then just like the dust control, we're already doing the investigations
I'll make
into
you all a
that,
deal.
so, yeah.
After end of August.
You're gonna have us do a honey-do list for you?
I could come up with a list to keep maintenance full-time busy without snow for the
Yeah.
winter. And I know exactly where everything needs to be done.
And that's for that strategic planning, so
Yeah.
we've got a really good idea of where we're going and how we're gonna implement all through the winter and then install in the spring and. You know, that's the idea of what's the priority so we can get on top of this.
I would give you a list, Melissa, that you wouldn't believe.
Then you make that list, we'll bring it to
And
council,
we'll discuss
council will go through it.
Okay, I'm okay with the way that the salaries are and all of that. I think we're on track and yeah.
I think that it's good though to have these discussions because those are all the things that other people don't realize is retention and all that kind of stuff and how do you. We're unique, everybody, different villages unique. And they have to meet those unique needs for those residents based on where you're at.
Yep,
Yeah.
so I'm good.
So the operating budget. So based on the 2024 actuals with minor adjustments to reflect a proposed 4%, but this does not include the new assessment growth.
Right,
So showing a small deficit that may be covered once final numbers and assessment growth has been applied or through some other minor adjustments. Administration is proposing council consider a 4 to 4.5 increase overall for 2025, depending on any further changes to the proposed budget discussions as provided within this report.
So when I looked at that, just like my overall feeling was a little bit of, like, you know, we're doing a 4%, which is more than the cost of inflation a little bit. You know, we got a 2.7% on salaries. We're not adding any-
7% on
I
salaries?
think that's what it said.
Yeah, that's what you said earlier.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's the,
2.7% payroll,
yeah, the payroll
Yeah,
liabilities,
so that's
but
like your
federal.
CPP and EI.
right?
Yeah.
And, you know, we're not at this point able to put any more into reserve or anything like that. I don't know, like it just, it's not sitting quite well with me, why we're at a 4 to 4.5%. When we're trying to pretty much hold the line on everything. There's nothing we've identified so far that said, you know, we're going to increase this level.
unfortunately, it's the increases in the requisitions, the increases in some of the costs of doing our services or replacement costs, because, yeah, we got a nice sander, that's great. There could be other things that could affect, like,
Well-
some can happen with the tractor because it is aging, we have aging
Yeah,
equipment.
so we haven't even covered capital in this. We're just strictly talking on
Capital
operating.
is, yeah, capital is under the grants.
Right, but, you know, like replacing of the tractor, there's nothing here for that, well, I guess we'll go through the details after, but
Yeah,
when I went through that, I didn't see any of the details of anything that we're saying, you know, this needs to be increased. But, and you know, some things we've been able to hold flat, like it's small, but you know, we've got the county Established Housing Authority holding flat. Other ones have increased, but
yeah, other than by
I don't know.
assessments, we don't know, it might have a slight increase too.
yeah. Anyways, we can keep going, but I'm just a little uneasy on this,
So what would
but
you
I'm not
guys?
sure what to do, but.
Okay. You
So
need
our,
time?
our total revenues are going to go up by 10 grand. So pretty much holding the line, maybe we'll do a little better, maybe we'll do a little, well, we won't do worse, we'll do a little better potentially.
We hope, yeah,
Well, no, we will because
Yes.
it's going up, so
Yeah.
it's absolutely not gonna go down, it'll go slightly up potentially, okay?
yeah,
And then if you look at the big ticket items, and administrative, services, we've kind of basically said we're gonna hold the line on that. We've got, Parks and Rec has gone down. And non-municipal requisitions, according to this, is staying the same, but you've said that that's the requisitions,
yes.
a lot of those.
But that's just the non-municipal requisition is.
Isn't that all the water, the fire?
No,
What is
that's
that?
included in
So
the
what
budget.
is that?
Alberta School Foundation and Seniors Housing is non-municipal requisition.
Just those two?
Yep.
So those two are a bit like a third of our budget
Yep,
that we have to pay. So
Yeah.
we have no,
all the other stuff is built in to the rest of it.
right, so we cannot change that one.
No,
But then why hasn't that shown gone up? Because those two have gone up, have they not?
we aren't sure until the budget is released on Friday.
Okay, so that,
We're going with assessments that either it'll stay roughly the same, or when the assessment increases, it might go up.
okay.
Yeah,
Then I look at Parks and Rec, well, we've cut that back a bit.
yeah, because we don't have that extra employee.
Okay, so that is not wage, or that is potentially some wages are in there.
Yes.
Okay, administrative services, what's that?
That's me, Aaron, and everything we do.
Just you and Aaron, or maintenance as well?
Nope, Lori, our contracted stuff, yeah, there's quite a bit in there.
It's audit in there too. your
Audit.
Is it administrative services?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay.
the common office is like the Wi-Fi, your postage, so there's only a few, if you look on your other sheet too, you'll see.
unfortunately, because when we adapted from
Town of Stettler.
Town of Stettler, that common services, I need to fix that, it needs to just go under administrative. Unfortunately, it was the way they had it set up separately, because they were sharing common services. And that's how they were putting it in, but in actuality, now
It's
that
still
we're
in.
standalone, it's actually all in bid.
So a third of our, at least a third, is stuff we can't do anything about. That big one on the bottom.
Yes,
Mhm.
yeah.
And administrative services is staffing, and that,
It's staffing, contracted services, which would be Lori that comes in and
Yeah.
helps us. Then your salary, wages, benefits, WCB payments,
Yeah.
RSP,
Insurance.
which is for me. Training, travel, so memberships, which is all your FCM, AUMA, ASVA, that all falls under here.
okay,
Yeah. The accounting and audit, that's for the auditors. Legal fees, if there was anything that we needed legal fees for, which is depending on what it is, if we had a conflict of interest, it's whatever. It should have legal.
in there, yeah.
Yeah, computer maintenance, because we need to maintain all those computers. And that includes the server and the,
But if anything, it's gone down from last year.
yes,
Okay, so it's gone from 209 to 205.
Yeah.
Is your budget, so we decreased that by $4,000,
yes.
correct?
And that's because one of the things is our lease on the printer is coming up. And
There are
so
cost savings.
we'll
Let's
have
get
cost
rid of it.
savings there. Let's see, I broke.
So $5,000 for the election, a little bit more for the protective services. That,
Yeah,
we're not going, that is
That's the police.
police, and
Yeah.
we really can't help.
and I
out.
can't separate that out like some municipalities do in the tax notice, because according to the legislative requirement for municipal affairs, it says no.
Okay, and transportation is just the fuel pretty much, and trucks and stuff.
Wages, but
Wages are tucked in there too.
wages are in there for the maintenance guy, so maintenance is broken up into Parks and Rec, transportation,
Yeah,
and culture.
so
Those three
under
things.
trans,
So
under.
So his wages are divvied up into those three with various
Yes.
formulas and.
Yeah, and
And when we track them, his timesheets are filled
Yes.
out
yes,
with those three, so one of those three is what he is.
yeah,
So last year's our first year for maintenance to actually break it out through all the years, cause the previous years it wasn't broken up that way.
So
So like
is he coding his time to different things, or are you
Yes.
just
Yes.
saying, no, it's a third, a third, a
No,
third?
it's
No, you
broken
code-
out.
he's coding it, he has to tell us, so if he does something
Okay.
for the hall, it goes under the hall.
Okay.
How much is culture in this?
Yeah,
in this
it's,
sheet?
clean up the take it and leave it shed out front and make a haul to the dump, that is charged to that. Now we're
Okay.
starting to separate so we can get actual cost numbers of the requests and the uses.
If we're doing beach use and stuff like that, that's your Parks and Rec. If
Yeah,
you're mowing along the roadways, that's your transportation.
And the summer students are coded the same.
So last year, they're only coded to the one, which was summer student wages, which I think was in Parks and Rec. This year, we're implementing the same thing too, that their wages get allocated in those three spots as well. So it makes
we
it so we
made-
know better.
yeah, we have summer students there, but we wanna make sure that each one of those categories has where you can allocate
So if
hours.
they're filling potholes, that's transportation. If they're cutting
Correct.
grass, that's recreation.
Depends where they're cutting the grass.
If it's MR, that's Parks and Rec, but if it's along the roadways,
It's
it's
roads,
transportation.
Okay,
yes,
okay.
And you know that little pile of chips out there?
that's moving.
That's $400 and some dollars.
A load, and the more snow we
And
had
never
and
used to
rain.
use that.
No, but it has made a huge improvement.
You
I mean,
bet.
that's
Yes.
great.
But our cost here, going down a nice comparison with Ocean Sands. Well, their costs were higher than ours because they were being charged fuel,
Yeah, travel, yeah, we're not.
where they were getting it, so now.
Oh, on the grass.
So there's that communication we've opened up to find where do we get the cost savings, cause we don't
Yeah.
wanna pay
Oh,
extra.
for sure, for sure.
Yeah.
So for her, we use is good.
But yeah, like hired equipment, if we have to go and rent a piece of equipment to be able to get the fire lanes done, that's all in these
Yeah.
things.
Purchase of equipment parts, so if our maintenance guy is able to fix the things, right? Then
Without
that
additional
has its own
cost.
GL, that's all in transportation, and then if you go like go get something fixed at a shop, and then that's another one too,
Yeah.
that's all in transportation.
And then last year we had a problem with, we had weed eaters that weren't commercial grade weed eaters and they crapped out. So we had to replace the weed eater. We made sure we got commercial grade. Because there are differences between, we've gotta make sure that we have the right kind of grade of equipment to be able to do some of the services we do.
I'm kind of a little bit agreeing with Paul in that if I would like to see it a little closer to cost of living, I don't see where. But I would definitely want to see that increase on the lower or less than that, if at all possible. And I know
So-
that does
Okay.
have impact.
Yeah,
Um,
so where would that set, what percentage are you guys saying you want us to?
Let's call it.
Cool, I think is 2.5 to 3, I don't know for
I
sure.
don't think you're gonna get that low.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a fixed number in mind, I just want to be looking at this with as fine a line as we can. I guess one thing is we've identified the error in the carbon tax increase, that it's not increasing 21 cents, it's increasing 3.
Three,
Did you put
yeah.
21 cents in your
No,
No,
numbers here
no,
for?
no.
Only three that.
Okay.
No, I only did probably about a 3,
Okay,
3%.
so then-
Yeah,
but I'm also thinking with the new piece of equipment, I reduced how much we're spending on fuel because I'm rethinking how we need to do stuff, and with the new vehicle we purchased, if they have to go get fuel, use the most cost effective one.
one thing that I'd like to see that we mentioned before is like an accounting of the puts and takes on the reserve, on the operating reserves over the last, say, 3 years or 5
Okay.
years, whatever. And see where that is, like we said that
Yeah.
we drew on the reserves last year.
and
We don't intend to draw on the reserves this year, that is a tangible.
2023, yeah, just look at the thing where we went into the reserves too. Into that sheet.
Yeah, it'd be nice to know what we did over the
Yeah.
last 3 years and,
Yeah,
you know.
so if we want to make sure we're
So
getting
a
ahead of that, then
3-year
we have to get ahead of that.
Yeah, 3-year reserves,
Building or shrinking, basically.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's.
Or,
one of my
you know,
questions, yeah.
where do we want to do it, or are we comfortable drawing reserves down another year if we think that, that's an option we could look at too, is we could draw down reserves and tax less.
If
but-
we thought the reserves were large enough. Yeah.
Yes,
Or excessive.
Yeah.
We don't know, because I don't think we have a full grasp of what they are yet.
Yeah,
yeah,
but that should be part of our strategy and.
yeah,
you know,
if
what
what
is-
she's saying, that means we don't even have 50% of a budget in reserves.
Well, we have exactly 50% of it.
Exactly,
Yeah.
yeah,
Because
So-
the budgets, so basically, we're working in round numbers.
Yes, but
With
we.
$1 million budget, and we have $500,000 in reserves.
But I think as a council, we should set a target of what we think the reserve is and whether it's
yeah,
the full year or whether we think it's less because we have less infrastructure, but we should.
We should have
We
a
should define
target,
that.
target, for sure.
yeah,
And I think we can get some advice from municipal affairs. I think they're gonna have some, indications of you should have this. And you should, and
well, that's
especially,
easy to pull, I can get that.
I
right
think
away.
there's gotta be a recommended target, suggested retail, you know what I mean? Something out there that says,
Yeah.
and you're right, we have minimal infrastructure.
Yes.
So we shouldn't need, a massive amount, but, I.
So overall, this is what I'm hearing. Is you'd like us to see more closer to cost of living in any proposed tax increase?
I don't think I'm not agreeing with that. I'm saying I'd like to see it at the low end of that or less.
Okay,
So less.
And that's what
At
I
the low end of what, sorry?
of 4, like it's 4 to 5, I would like this, or 4 to 4.5.
It would be like.
I would like to
closer.
consider up to a max of 4%.
max of 4%. This is what I wanna know.
I'd agree with that, it's like a middle ground.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
I mean,
then,
ideal would be a cost of living, I'd say that we're
Yeah.
touchdown, but I don't see.
Well, we've
how we
already
can get
seen
that.
requisitions are all at 4, 5, and
Yeah.
a lot of that stuff is you know, if that was the case, then we would have to cut services. I see it as.
Yeah.
Whereas if you can say, well, the cost of living is here, our requisitions were more in that 5% for a lot of them.
Yeah.
There's the common ground, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the reserve breakdown, so we'll make sure we have that. And then, because this is not a final,
Nope.
this is all where the discussions happen. And we're close.
Yeah,
We
well,
get
I think
closer.
you might even save that in the, once you get the assessed.
Yes,
you
that's
know,
what I say.
The other thing that we haven't talked about is the stuff at the end of the package where you're talking about the budget items.
Exactly.
The dumpsters, the boat launch. Now, I don't know if that fits in more in a different discussion when we're talking about our capital and our grants and all that, when we know what that is.
The-
Do we talk about all these things then, or?
Well, it depends what you want these, if they are something I need to review in the capital as under grants and can they qualify for grants, which is what I'm still in the review of. Because that's why I'm looking at the dust control is the question that we need to talk about, because I'm reviewing it to see if it's a grant. If I can get it under a grant, is that a yes? Move ahead with dust control, and how far of dust control do you want? Because our roads may be lacking some gravel, so if I can incorporate everything into one.
I would like to have a discussion on these other items.
Yeah.
And then I would like to see these other items categorized as potentially captured under capital grants, potentially captured under.
What would be coming from
What would,
reserves
yeah,
if
what,
you had
yeah,
to?
because
Yeah,
the capital grants is not going to impact our budget,
no,
right?
No.
It's gonna be taken off and say, if we put a retaining wall here or whatever we design here,
yes.
that shouldn't affect the budget. So why?
Not if we can get it covered under the grant.
That's
If
why we
it
need that
can't,
information.
That's right, if it's not covered under a grant, then that will move to your reserve.
Well, same with dust
discussion.
control. Dust
Yes.
control, can it be covered? No, yes. Hey, if we do dust control, it affects the budget.
Correct,
If we do a digital billboard, it affects
Yes.
the budget. So
Yeah.
I would like, I mean, we might be able to rule some of these out just from discussion. But some of these, what should be on here is this will affect your budget. It will increase it by 0.5% or decrease it.
yes, yes, and so. Right now, this is the projected, what I could do with the budget, can I fine tune it more? Yes. But as you guys have just said, we need to move to the other items now that you need to discuss. So that I can know and make sure what I'm checking on. Before we come back for that next larger budget discussion.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah,
Not,
But before we do that, can I call a recess?
Let's have a break.
Okay. Follow recess at 11:13, Mr. Mayor.
okay, dokie.
Okay. And on the next one, yes.
Okay, we're going back in at 11:23. Is that right, Lauren?
Yes.
Okay.
So now we're gonna deal with this this list.
The list that could affect how capital is looked at and what we can get covered by grants that I can provide to you guys.
Okay, but we're gonna go through the list and then you're gonna determine which potentials.
Yes, cause we kind of have an idea of what they would, what they won't, depending on how you look at it.
So do we have a policy on dust control? Or do we have an ad hoc understanding? Who determines dust control?
You have a policy that lays out where dust control will be provided, which would be the ones that are the major consideration. Is this road here,
Yeah.
this road here,
Buffalo Road,
this
Jennifer.
road here, depending on budgets approved by council. That's what your policy states.
And
So it depends on your annual budgets and what you decide.
I think from what you said in the past, that it's not something that it's dusty, we call it out, it's something we have to decide
Ahead
and
of
book in advance.
Yeah.
Not knowing whether it's gonna be a dry or a moist
And that's
season or anything, right?
The biggest problem
Correct.
is that MJ 30 or
Go
whatever,
get my coffee.
if it's a dry year like last year, you can't stop the dust. That stuff won't stop.
Or if it's a year where we're getting lots of steady precipitation, you might not need it, but you paid for it anyways and coming out and doing it.
And that problem is that if it's a wet year, you did apply, then you got like gumbo on the road.
Well,
So
Yeah, it
Yeah.
really, it
So
absorbs.
4 years ago, we did an estimated product of about 762, oh no, it's higher than that. Yeah, 76,215 liters of dust
Control application.
application to cover if we did, this is using MG30, I don't know cost, but I could probably go back to tell you the cost, I think it was somewhere in the 20-odd thousand.
Yeah, it was
I think that
22,000.
Yeah, and we did all the roads 1 year.
And that also didn't include like,
Cul-de-sac.
we were able to do it after rain. Fortunately, the weather
Yeah.
just was perfect for us, so we didn't have to haul water.
Yeah, usually you have to water it down.
And then, we didn't, that.
That didn't include the grade, that did
The grade
grading,
there.
but no gravel. It just
Yeah.
was grading and throw the calcium on. Usually you do, at least when they come to do mine, in front of my house that I pay for, in my hamlet, is they grade, then they apply gravel, then they put the calcium on.
And that's especially important when you got higher speeds.
Yeah.
And
So,
the thing is with this one too, if we get a wet spring. Whatever, then like that boat launch road there is. Well, the reason it's got that little thing in it, cause we do it with the tractor or with the truck blade instead of the tractor. But if it got wet. And then we had the roads come in with a grader and grade it. 100% better because it's saturated with product.
yeah,
That's the main drag.
the main drags.
And Buffalo Road and Jennifer.
My recommendation would not be to even do the main part, but a good grading.
Yeah.
Because it is.
Before the speed bumps are put in, yeah.
Yeah, and we actually don't wanna put speed bumps right away, we wanna give it a little bit more time to pack in a bit before we put the speed
Yep,
bumps on this year, so that's the new approach, because last year. Was almost okay, it was better than what I have seen in previous years, but it still could be better. So that's one of them. Whether you want to do Buffalo Road and Jennifer Road this year, or do you just want to, because your internal roads are used. That's where you're seeing a lot of the concerns. Buffalo
it's
Road
really-
isn't as packed as
No,
bad as the
and
boat launch.
Even if Buffalo Road was just done to the four-way or to Fourth Street. I mean,
Yeah, just to the end there.
there's not too much of a problem there, and it's such a hard thing to assess because of the weather.
Yeah,
And I don't know, like honestly, that,
if you don't do it, you're gonna get a lot of complaints about dust. If you do it and you don't need it, that's wasted money.
Well, especially when we're talking
Catch
about,
22.
we have a drive to try to control our budget as much as possible. I don't know, like, if people are driving the speed limit at 30 kilometers an hour, does it really create that much dust? Even on a dusty day or sitting?
Not internally.
And now that you're pulling in the UTV use a little better and you're pulling in the golf cart use, are you gonna have reduced traffic use because it'll be different?
Minor, sure.
Probably.
Everybody's using the golf carts anyways.
Yeah, all we're doing is legitimizing that.
Yes,
Um,
because it looks like if you did just do Jennifer Drive and Buffalo Road, and I'm only going on last year, like old year's numbers. You're looking at about 20-odd thousand liters.
and how much cost would you say that would be about?
I'm thinking. I guess for the firm number, I'm gonna say somewhere for your dust control product is probably fairly high. I'm gonna say you'd probably be looking at somewhere between $50 a liter, and I'm probably being nice. I don't know, I've never cost this stuff in a while. I've got Dustin working on it. And I'll have better numbers for you next.
I think it would be good to have the firm estimate before we say yay or nay, but
Yeah,
myself, my bias is leaning towards saying, no, let's not do
Okay.
it.
I would think, yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay.
I would like the numbers to justify whether we're saying yes or no. And but let's talk about what roads they
That
would be first.
that
So
helps
then we can
me.
get the actual numbers. We're not gonna do the whole village.
No,
So what are the primary challenges? Is it Jennifer? Is it Destiny? Is it Buffalo Road? Is it to the four-way stop? Like that's, I think we gotta,
Like, I don't think we need to do this one again. Not this year.
what's this one?
The boat road main,
Oh, the main drag.
yeah,
and why would you say that?
because it's so hard from so many applications that,
Okay, it's still got a residual,
yeah.
I don't think you get a lot of dust on that road.
Yeah.
Because of all that.
okay.
And it's such a reduced speed with those speed bumps, you're lucky if you can even keep 30.
Yeah.
I think these, because your speed bumps only come up to the, close to the four-way stop, and then after that, it's,
yeah, Jennifer, I mean,
I hate the speed bumps, but is that a discussion? Should we add speed bumps on those roads then?
I'm
Let's
okay with
finish
you
with the
guys.
dust control first.
Yeah, you can have a discussion, I'm good with that.
I'm not talking about
I
it.
hate those things, but I see that,
Yeah,
I'm not putting in my 2 cents, I drive it every day.
and I do have an opinion, but we'll wait for that. Okay, so if we're looking at dust control, it would be Jennifer. Would you do Mackenzie?
I don't know.
Would you do Destiny? Up and down that hill?
guess one of the things is once you start, then whatever you don't do, you're gonna get fodder for complaints.
And you have to decide how you want, is this, you're dealing with it in what way, because these are the main arterial entrances to the village?
What's the priority on the snow removal? What if we did that? Priority one, snow removal route.
I think that is
Buffalo and
Buffalo and
Jennifer.
Jennifer.
So that's
You
how
pull that
you
up.
can,
I'm just going there.
because I remember
I
those.
think Front Street's not a
And Front
priority.
Street right up to here, I think it was.
I don't think Front Street or Lakeview were priority. That was priority two.
Yeah, I think you're right, but I think just where
Priority one was
Paul
just-
is. That little
So
section there,
priority one is Township Road 44 intermunicipality
that's this.
and Buffalo Road up until the end, right up to the end of Buffalo Road.
Okay,
And then the other one is Jennifer,
All the way
all the
to,
way to Mackenzie. That's priority one.
That's all priority one. That's what I thought.
Okay,
So if we could get an estimate
Yeah,
for from the water tower.
from
The
the water
right?
station.
Isn't that part of it? The water?
yeah.
That's Buffalo.
Yeah.
Okay, so Buffalo to the end of Buffalo
Yeah,
and Jennifer from the four-way stop to Mackenzie. Those are the
Yeah,
two.
yeah.
We
that's what-
don't need to do 420 or whatever the heck that road is.
Yeah,
So let's leave that one out.
I don't really think so.
Okay, so let's leave that one out, but let's get
Okay.
those two looked at.
yes. So.
for an estimate for us to make a decision, what's it
Correct.
gonna cost us?
And we just want a one application. Now, you have not put any budget in for grading the road once. Is that in here?
No.
There's a bit
Yeah,
of grading put in.
In
That
transportation?
is under
Were you going all the way to the
transportation.
end of Buffalo Road? Sorry, I missed that.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
so that's to First Street, right?
Yeah.
Contracted
ends?
services, we
Yeah.
have $10,000 and that's where that goes under.
Okay, the grading. of
The grading.
Once.
It does the vegetation management, grading, etc.
Ooh, that's not a huge amount.
No, that's why I can reduce that. But it just
No, if
means
they did
you
the
have
whole, like,
limited.
if they did the village for the rose, it's around $2,000 or more.
We've got a cheaper contractor though.
Yeah.
We-
Okay, but
Yes.
dust, that takes care of dust?
Yes, that's, so you're saying we're not doing the main road, like Township Road 40-2. We're just gonna give it a good grading before dust. Or, sorry, before the speed bumps.
Yeah,
And then say get an estimate from Water Station, Buffalo Road to the end, to the end First Street, and Jennifer Road to Mackenzie Road.
Yeah, so those are the two roads that we would be checking for dust control cost estimates.
and nowhere else at this point.
That's right.
Okay.
That would only be for 2025.
Correct.
And we're gonna look to
You
get it
can,
under the
like-
grant.
The idea was to phase
Sections.
it every year, do a different section if it was needed.
Yeah, you have to look at your.
We didn't do it at all last year.
No,
No,
And we didn't need it all last year.
no. And
nah,
then
that's not what we heard.
Yeah, we got a lot of complaints.
We had a lot of complaints. The guys went to the water station and
And
they
watered
watered the road.
But
And
it's
then
not
we'd get a
big
complaint about
difference.
3 hours later after the heat.
Yeah,
Yeah, that watering is
But,
ineffective unless you're at it all day.
okay, so.
That's
where-
why our
Where were
water
the complaints
costs.
coming from? What section of the road?
Jennifer,
So the ones we looked at, and
Yes.
Buffalo?
Buffalo, no, we don't get a lot off Buffalo at all. It's Jennifer and Ranch Road. Ranch Road
Okay.
goes up in here,
Yeah.
comes out Mackenzie and Destiny. And then the cul-de-sacs, but we've never done cul-de-sacs. That
No.
would be something that if you guys decided you wanted to do a different way, then that would be something that you, like, counties, what they do is you have to register. You pay a portion, they pay a portion, depending on what county you're in.
Yeah.
And then you can get an application applied to your part of your road.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with that.
You might not even be able to get that product.
I will
We generally had
check,
to order it about this time of year.
we've already got the calls going in to get the,
So
I get the
one
numbers.
complaint that I'm just scrolling was, over at Ranch Road.
The
yeah,
one around?
yeah, it's Ranch Road is bad. We get lots of complaints.
Is essential at this intersection, four-way stop. Front of Jennifer, number 10 Jennifer Drive. What's the four-way stop? Oh, this one, so what she's talking, oh, yeah,
And Jennifer.
that's where it is, right
It's
there.
right there.
Essential, so that's what she's saying,
I can't see, my eyes are.
Mine aren't great either.
and to the dumpsters.
I'll be better after
Complaint.
tomorrow, straight that.
Yeah.
And she said,
Oh, and the dumpsters, that's Front Street then.
yeah.
Well, I think that'll give us an indication, and then if we.
Yeah.
I can't, there's no way we can afford the whole village,
No,
that's for sure.
and sometimes I think maybe we just have, I don't know.
And maybe,
You have, you're out here at White Sands, you gotta live with dust.
Yeah, well, it's not the major dust that's on the main road, that's the, Yeah.
So we're gonna get the numbers for this.
okay,
And then we're going to see if we can get it covered under the grant.
Yep.
And then, based on that, we can actually have a further discussion on the policy. And maybe there's a different way of looking at it. I know I pay in my municipality.
oh, but then you would have to have individuals pay if
Yes,
they want it in front of their place.
Yes.
and then we would have, there's a deadline, I have to get mine paid for
Yeah.
and they order it and then they come in at the,
And they do it from.
They come in June.
15.
And that's an example, like,
Yeah.
you pay for that each year.
because I'm on a corner lot. My property is 120 by 150, so I do 120
Meters or feet?
feet.
Yeah.
Going down my property and I do 150 feet the other way, and we pay about $300.
Okay.
Yeah, it was as high in some rural farmers, for example, that want dust control, it can be as high as 1,500.
Yeah.
Here,
For a
Here
farmer.
does it too.
that
here,
wants
I would probably pay $500 if I was in this county.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
there is
to-
that.
It depends, yeah, it does vary. But at this point, let's not open that one, I don't think.
No, but I'm just
Okay.
curious.
Yeah, or you can take a look at if that was something that was, do a survey, find out who's actually interested, and you could do it as a special tax.
I would do it as a fee for service if you, if you.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
But that's a discussion, let's focus on these two roads, what it's gonna cost, and whether it would be covered under a grant, and then you can make your decision,
Okay,
okay?
we're gonna deal with Hall Society.
I've had a concern for these estimates all along, that I don't think they're reflective of including labor.
Okay, yeah, and just to make everybody aware, I made a mistake and haven't got it fixed yet, but on the new, when we bring it back after you've had your discussion. It's actually not 11,260, it's 29,260.
Yeah.
Which will change that,
Well, some of the multiplication there was, I just did it last night quickly, so I might have made a mistake too. But I came up with 29,540. But the thing is, if you have, like Paul's right, it's, you don't see any,
Labor,
yeah, like the blocks, for example, they're cheaper in Bashaw. But you have to get a truck down here and stuff.
$100 a block and $100 a block to transport them. So there's 200, it's two extra, and then to install them is probably another
Yeah.
100, so
Like,
Yeah.
it goes up considerably.
Some of
So-
this has to be really researched.
Yeah.
You
Did,
can't make a decision on any of them.
Did the Hall Society get back to us on prioritizing, like what, if they were to say, what are the top ones that they wanted to do?
In December, we had.
that was the top ones right up here. Retaining wall, smaller gravel, and party tent, those were their priorities.
So basically doing something in front here.
Yes, that was their priorities. I have talked to the Hall Society and I am open to, once this weather changes. Everything in this old shop will be removed and cleaned up. So that it can be used all summer
For an activity.
for activities to, so I want to give that a try to. Let's start with seeing what we can do to help in the summer. I can't fully commit to winter yet, because we only have one heated bay,
Okay.
okay? But now we're here, we can accommodate and see what we can do so that there's way better use and we get our stuff out of there for the summer. Because I don't think all our equipment needs to be kept in heated storage, you can go into.
That's the priorities again. So I got party tent, what was the rest of the priorities? Sorry.
It was the retaining wall, smaller gravel and party tent, those were their considerations as priority. And a message board.
Can that retaining wall, with discussion with them, can that be changed to expanding the area directly in front of the hall. And because I don't think I personally do not think a retaining wall would work well at all in here, and I think it's more regrading.
Yes,
If you regraded this and put different slopes on it, you'd be better off, because the retaining wall is gonna be a serious falling hazard for kids running down that hill.
and I'm concerned with you have a
Yeah.
access coming through here that would also create a hindrance. Do I think we need a better plan? Do I think there's more we could do that maybe we could just keep under regular operational budgets? But assess and make a plan? I think that would be more beneficial than jumping the gun.
Yeah, and before we do any major work too, I'd like to, we talked about a whole vision of
Yes.
what this whole area would look
And a
like.
part of that could be that recreation group. I would like to push that onto that group.
Yes.
So I don't think I want to put any budget for those three things yet.
Okay, because right now, if you took just what they presented. And even if you did it as not a tax rate per se in the tax rate thing, but you did it as the special tax. Recalculating with my numbers wrong and clarifying it. It would actually turn out to be about $72.25 per property.
I would like, before we got to that determination, I think personally, while I like the idea of a digital billboard, that cost is not something that I think we should pull that off right off the bat, in my opinion.
So my recommendation to you guys listening to what you've all said. Would be that you would not approve these items at this point in time. And refer to administration to review operational efficiencies for the hall and provide some options for plan discussions during strategic planning.
Well,
Because we need a plan and we don't
Yeah.
have that committee, and that committee, or refer this to the committee to review in part of their plan.
So isn't it kind of was an idea with all your recreational MR stuff too? Like this is technically MR.
Yeah,
I think it should fall under that recreation committee's mandate
so
to
maybe that's,
ask those questions. How can we redo this area? How can we redo that area? Or do we need to touch it or do we not? Or like, there's probably 5 different chunks that they need to look at.
yes, yeah,
And this is one of them. And if you want this to be a town center, maybe you need to, maybe a recommendation is to pave or concrete in a bigger pad for a dance floor. I don't know, but until they come up with it, I don't think we need to be approving anything that.
I agree with that as well as it has to also be incorporated in our storm management water plan.
For sure.
Like, there's no way,
cause if you pave, you're gonna have to take a look at your whole drainage plan.
But I think we need to get the feedback from the community
Yes,
and then say, okay,
Here's what
this
we
is
want, and then
here's what is wanted. Now, how do we adapt that to the reality?
Yeah.
so maybe it's just you guys just need to make a resolution saying you're not approving it this time and you are moving this as part of your recreational MRAP committee.
MR pack, I called it.
There.
Okay, but can we pull like, maybe some of these are no brainers and they're small. You know, do we wanna, fix the front door?
That I was gonna put in a maintenance.
Pressure
engineer.
wash the building.
That's
That's
a maintenance
maintenance.
list.
I know.
That's winter time activities.
So I'd like to see that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying we're gonna X this whole thing. I'm gonna say, the first 3 and then the information boards,
Okay.
pull that off. And say that needs to be under this recreation plan. And the second is stuff that we can do, chances are, with our existing maintenance budgets. Is that
So
accurate?
the pressure washing the building, we actually do they
Yeah.
do they want us to do it more consistently? Sure, we'll increase that. That's not a big
Well,
deal.
I don't think these are huge items and could they not be?
Except the bug
considered-
extermination is the cost.
What's that one?
So,
$700.
I guess it's looking at what are some of these items that I'm not too sure until I,
But that's why I'm a little bit curious when I said, what's their priority? And they didn't say things like the bug extermination, or they didn't say things like, you know, the painting the door.
Yeah.
Which are small items which make a big difference, but they said that's not their priority. That struck me. I don't-
yes. They wanted council more to consider this stuff where I'm with you, the pressure washing the building, that's on me, I can add that into the regular operational. The door,
I
Yeah,
think they were
and
gonna
we
look
checked
at
the
the door
seals.
on themselves. When we had that discussion, was when we had like Andrea and
yeah, they
Cheryl
were,
in here, they were kind of thinking that could just go on them too and
Yeah.
not come to council.
yeah, so a lot of the bottom stuff's kind of like, well, they would probably take a look at, other than air curtains, refurbishing the grill.
Yeah.
LED lights on the hall,
Well, those are the ones that I think you're spending probably as much or more on installing them as you are on buying
Yeah. yeah,
the piece of equipment itself, which I think they'd have to make sure to have that.
so yeah,
Okay.
like it's complicated, like some of it, yes, I could say we'll look at it under our budgets and just see what we can do. To like weather stripping on doors, I had them checking that last fall, and I'll have them doing it again this year.
Can we break this into three? And the first one, the first three, the retaining wall, the gravel and the party tent. Can we defer that to the recreation group to kind of
Okay.
look at the overall? The information boards, I would vote at this time that we do not spend money on any of that.
You look at how much of the money
And
that
pull
is.
that completely right off and say,
Okay.
that's a firm no at this time.
Okay, I'm going no.
Okay,
Firm.
and then the remaining from new front, back windows for hall, all of that down is something that we will review with under existing budgets and,
Review with existing operational budget that's approved.
yes, see if that fits. Would that be a way to kind of, because we're not saying no to it, but we're kind of saying yes, and kind of we'll look at this, and it's a way of working with it.
Yeah,
I think lumping it together doesn't, and saying, oh, it's 29,000, doesn't make any sense to me.
yes.
I agree with that.
I'm good with that because some of this stuff I'd like to be able to reassess, like an air curtain. I'm not too sure if that's necessary, if maybe there's better weather stripping, maybe it's more cleaning. Maybe it's just making sure that vents are cleaned out more on a regular basis.
It's a legitimate concern, it's just, we don't know if that is the answer to address it at this time. So
Yeah.
we'll look at it deep in more
Yeah.
detail.
Yeah,
So I had the one motion, not the one motion so far, but it's to move the retaining wall, the party tent and the smaller gravel to the MR PAC committee to ask the community as a survey as per the TOR, which is the terms of reference. Is that what we're kind of
Yeah.
thinking? Okay,
yeah, because they're gonna review it as part of that plan.
yeah.
I think we need to say no to the information boards,
Information boards, digital,
the whole
bulletin
section.
boards, all, anything to do with that,
Well-
no.
Well, you know, things like the new cork for the current bulletin boards, that could be put down into the lower list of things that we just
There you
do
go.
for maintenance.
Yeah.
If that's just a matter, are we talking about the things that are
Yes,
there?
right there, the
If-
four of them or five.
If the cork is falling apart and needs to be replaced, then yeah, we could look at
Yeah.
replacing that under it. So I would put,
But that's already under our maintenance anyway, and I can have that checked over because it all depends on what the plan is for this area, if
Yeah.
that even stays
okay,
there.
so I would say no to the digital billboard, not no to
Correct.
everything under the.
Correct, sure.
reports.
And then the other ones get bumped into that full list of under review.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
Yeah, so we're essentially just saying, we're saying no to the digital, so we're gonna make a motion to not approve the digital billboard.
Correct.
Right.
Okay. And then,
and then a message board, we'll look and see if there's some way we could make a
Message
fold up
and bulletin
one
board, yeah, whatever that is.
out of what we may have in stock.
Well, I think we need to look at under our existing programs.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
all others to be looked at under our existing
Maybe
program.
our snow removal guy can work on it.
Exactly.
Okay,
two.
On Facebook, I always have the memes come up of
We're moving
That's where
items
they
to
have
the
that.
rest of the items.
You know, we put the
So
letters up, you know.
all other
things that they
items
put up
are
there,
to
maybe we get
review
dust-
by
That's
administration
just a
of
dad joke
their
for the day, like, it's up on the bulletin board.
operating budget. There's no guarantee, but we'll see what we can work into our budget without having a huge cost effect.
We wanna know the impacts of them.
Yes,
Okay,
Okay,
so we have three, if we move them now, don't we?
yeah,
So.
but there's, can we just make sure that in this resolution, it's clear that there's
What?
no locked-in money towards any of these items?
Yep.
Okay, and there will be no set funds
allocated.
Allocated, yeah.
allocated to any of the projects.
Any of the
At this
items at this time, not at this time, 2025 budget.
And the 2025 operation. Yeah. Okay, so our first motion is, and I kind of just stuck Dan's name on it because he moved. We can change it if you like, but you're the one who said it, to move the retaining wall, party tent and smaller gravel to MR PAC committee to ask the community as a survey as per the tour.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
He's
Okay,
moving.
all in favor, yeah.
Yep,
Okay, next one is moved by whatever counselor or mayor to not approve the digital billboard.
I'll move that again.
Okay. And then the last one, moved by whoever to move the rest of the items to be reviewed under administration, under the approved operating budget, and there will be no set funds allocated to any of the items in the 2025 operating budget.
Okay, in favor,
Who wants to put their name on it though?
Sure.
You again?
Mine will go for a got big
You
shoulders.
guys just
Not
give
gonna
us the
take
big
the
shoulders.
front of it, you know.
Well,
it's all Dan's fault.
So then, just so that we are clear in the budget that, and people need to be aware. Under the municipal expenses that we already have in operations, for the hall society operations of the municipal hall. For 2024 and currently covered in the 2025 draft budget is approximately $50,000 or 1%.
50,000?
Yes,
under the existing,
yes,
and that's to support the operation of the hall.
Yes.
Maintenance and operation.
So-
yes.
Let's see, would that be under detail on one of the pages here?
Yes, it's under their list.
Yeah, it's under their list. It's called,
Culture expenses?
Yeah,
yes,
Okay,
that's conflict, that's all there's, and then in the.
so those 26,000.
Where's the other 24?
So there's wages that weren't, so I incorporated in the one, I lost my thing for your
Because
fees
there's-
here. Cause there's part of your wages for summer students that isn't in culture, so I just moved some of that into culture for the twenty twenty
because
four
we didn't have it
expenses.
allocated properly.
Yes,
Okay,
So there are certain things that ended up under Parks and Rec, which shouldn't have been under Parks and Rec. It should have been more incorporated with the hall.
hence why this year they're being broken up into those three.
okay, well. Things are like fixed things like utilities and all
Yeah,
that.
yes.
There is 2,000. For building repair.
Yeah.
Versus 7,900 actuals this year, but there was roof repairs as part of that, right?
Yeah, hall roof repair, the renovation grant that you gave to the Hall Society last year was 4,000. So yeah, those are all in there, so I've reduced that to just have some money
Okay.
for maintenance.
So 2,000 would basically come, be what we'd have to draw from for things like
Yes, that's what I was
Like
thinking,
windows
Windows,
or-
doors, and
bikes.
seeing what we can do in a cost-effective way to make it better.
So maybe we might want to consider whether we make that 2,000 a little bit bigger or something, I don't know.
Then you can finalize that after I make sure all this other.
Yeah,
yeah, that might increase that,
Yeah,
it likely will.
because 2,000 doesn't cover too much, yeah.
so there's
Good.
tweaking here and there that I think now that I've got an idea of where you guys want to see things be.
Okay.
And I'll make sure to also look at that too.
Okay.
Yeah. I just wanted it to be well known that we do support the home.
Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. And I don't think we're saying no to anything other than the sign, and that's that. Now we're looking at the rest of the list, is that where we're at?
This was Lauren's list.
Warren's
I
list.
just threw this together.
Oh, it's good, from our discussions in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there probably is more to stuff to go on here, but we can't. We can't make too big a list where it's overwhelming, and a lot of this stuff is not necessary, but. It's a discussion for council to make.
Well, I can address the dumpsters with lids, because that was what I brought up, and I have done a lot of thinking on that. And you can do, plastic flip ups, you can change it all to a 30-yard bin or a couple 30-yard bins, you can do all of that.
Yeah.
I think the simplest for year one is simply to come up with a tarping
system.
and literally a tarping, almost like a shower cap with a drawstring around it. And when the bin's full, you put the tarp on.
Okay, so when
That's
it's
it.
being filled, there's no tarp on it,
And there's
so I
no-
could still come and just throw my.
That's
bag.
right.
Right.
And when the
Once
bin's
it gets
full, there's a
full.
tarp on it. Don't put anything on top of the tarp, because it's full.
Alright,
We're gonna attempt.
It's only the full one. Well, we're gonna test this.
We're testing, that's why we're saying, we'll keep this under
And you
regular
could-
operation.
We could even paint on their stencil on their full, or whatever, for kind of to idiot proof it a bit.
a little sign that you put just on the front that says, yeah.
Yeah, this one's
Yeah,
full.
full
Like,
cover,
That's why the
we don't
tarp's there.
use, move
Yeah.
to next, we're gonna try to come up with something like
At
that.
least-
That's what they do in town there.
They do.
Transfers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they do, and I do it on all my sites, is we put a full sign, and most people abide by that.
And if we can see how people adapt through a simple process, then we will know whether we should invest further. But also, we're gonna be having a bit of a change, because we're gonna have a different bin out there for that cardboard bin.
That's the second part of this that
Yeah.
I don't think is gonna cost anything, so it doesn't have budget implications, but the dumpster with lids, I'm suggesting a dumpster with a tarp.
Okay,
A system, which is really, it still has a cost, but it's a minimal cost.
Yes.
And I think the maintenance in putting that tarp on and taking it off is way offset by the 2 hours of cleaning they do in the morning for the bird damage. Or the litter damage or litter control.
Yeah.
So
And we decided to keep that within the budgets we already have.
Yeah.
Because I think with it being a trial, we don't want to invest a bunch of money
No.
until we do a trial.
So how does that work practically through, like, say, a long weekend? Where the staff are all working Monday to Friday.
Yep.
And, 2 or 3 of those dumpsters will fill up over the course of a weekend,
So
or all of them will fill up.
I guess
over
who
the course
puts
of
the
weekend.
tarp on? Good
We
call, yeah.
will be doing the tarp when we come in on Monday, if
It would
it's
at
not.
least save that week, the following week, when of all the birds going in there, the whole following week would at
Right,
least.
because the dumpsters are only picked up every 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
Ah,
In
no,
the summer,
it's every week, so now we will be checking on that too, okay, so we're gonna cover the dumpster on Monday, the ones that are full. And then we know he comes on Thursdays, so we have to make sure they're out there prior to remove it, because my concern is he's not gonna care and he's gonna dump it with or without.
Yeah,
So this is a test, I
Yeah.
don't know how it's gonna go.
operationally, I don't know whether their guy will actually get out of the vehicle. He has to get out to open the gate.
Yes,
So if it's a matter of get out, open the gate, pull off the 3 tarps, empty the 3 bins, put the tarps on the ground, I don't care, the guy will come later, and then close the gates.
so we're gonna see what he's.
And I don't even think we need 7 tarps, we probably need 3 to start with.
Yeah,
Cause they'll just be the full ones, and to be fair, the disaster that happened was when they didn't service us for 3 weeks.
Yes.
Right.
And there was a
Yeah,
long
there was
weekend
no
either before or
communication
after,
there.
they didn't tell us.
Association.
That's why it really got ugly, but I didn't like the idea of a summer student picking litter around those things every morning.
no,
Yes, and then the other nice thing is now that we are here, because see, a lot of the extra stuff were other than the complaints we received, we found out because who can see their bins put in the effort and called because they didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
If I'm not out here, I don't know.
So we let it go and we
Mhm.
didn't know. So
Yeah.
anyway,
All right, well, I mean, that's a good trial and it's minimal cost
Yeah.
and not zero, but minimal and give it a try and see how much of
Yes.
an improvement it is.
Yeah, and
Both
then,
in terms of how we feel it is and complaints we get from the.
Yeah.
yeah,
We'll see where it goes.
and then you can decide in 2026 if there's an investment cost we should think of.
Yeah, whether we need plastic lids or some other system, but.
Yeah.
Or nothing, we say, oh, that didn't work, so, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boat launch, what's that?
Boat launch road pathway.
That I think is part of the whole recreation study too.
I agree.
Yeah, okay,
Okay.
so put, committee,
We should get that list to the committee, the what they want them to look at.
Okay, can you add that?
Tour?
Yeah,
So cause I knew that we were talking about this area,
yes,
the two different fire lanes.
We kind of just,
The
yeah,
square.
I said anything that was MR public lands. So that would encompass all those, I didn't detail.
and I think the
exactly.
first meeting will set, like, we
Yeah.
would sit down and talk about,
What we
Like-
want them to look at.
yes, yeah, like this
Kind of
central
left it
area.
general for that part, I didn't wanna get too.
But you know, as part of their first step, it's brainstorming and we
Yeah.
can just say, here are things that have come up in already in brainstorm sessions, so.
Yeah,
There's
pathways,
something to work with.
yeah,
And,
because
and,
we-
you know, we're not steering towards any particular thing, but these are just ones that have come up so far.
and then it helps to guide us in how we're going to be
Yeah.
doing our capital spending,
Mhm.
Moving forward.
yeah.
okay, trash pump. The reason I put that on there is that if an event happens, we're gonna be in big shit trouble because of the drainage plan that we had done signifies what's gonna happen if it's not fixed. And if it's a big dump of rain in a big hurry, like one time instead of there was 12 inches in 24 hours.
Wow.
Those events are gonna happen, yeah, but the
So-
trash pump on a trailer, could we not now use our small little vehicle to
No.
load a trash pump on and?
Not
away we
that
go?
size of one.
So
I don't know,
where
like,
are you gonna pump it? Like, you're talking this area?
well, there's this area, there is the French drain, but it's got a line that's big and it would never take that long.
Okay.
And the other areas that in, like this one, this area would encroach on private property. Like across the street, because that's happened before.
Yeah.
Because that slough over there is connected to the drainage
Yeah.
system here. But I don't know, it's just a mitigation thing, because I think if there is something that happens, like it's happening all over the place with crazy weather, you're not gonna be able to rent a pump here. You're not gonna be able to get we don't have, like for here, if you look out compared to where the road goes down to the lake towards where the dumpster is, I did a
Level.
level on that, it's 4 feet.
So that's 4 feet lower than that.
Yeah.
So we would get 4 feet of water running through here before it spilled out over the spillway.
Yeah. But what the engineers, like I was talking to Sarah, a little bit, the culvert systems that they would have in order eventually to get the drainage out of the village. It's possible that one on Pheasant Terrace there, that we have that manhole over there. The engineers said they could go culvert across the street to that other or environmental reserve,
Yes,
and then over to the slough at the end by your place. And then from there, culvert into the lake, like we're talking big culverts here.
they have certain systems set up so that eventually the water, if it gets to one area and gets too high, it would flow. Which is what you have in the cities, right? They have
Stormwater plan.
stormwater plans where they have outflows that will slowly work their way
As
out.
opposed to flooding.
And
Yes,
that's why we started that project, like we got the engineers to do the whole village. But this one here, you know, the hill doesn't really matter if you wanted to put a culvert underneath.
The whole thing.
Yeah, like you could go from down where the French drain is and have a drop and culvert it right underneath that gas line, you wouldn't even have to move the gas line or anything else. But it's something that I would hate to say, you know, it's just a preventive thing. I'm really strong for water damage because it's,
Yeah, but we do
I've
have
experienced
pumps that we can, we
We
have
got
pump
that
systems.
pump that we have, the largest pump.
Yeah,
I don't think people understand how much water is in a pond or a collection.
oh, I do.
area. Because you can run that damn pump.
Why do you think it's not gonna make it?
No, it has to be something large. Like the county has 2 6-inchers.
You bet, and they're, because they have them set up for when you get blockages and ditches, like right now. They're going to be running a
And
pump
they move.
until they can,
water. But you can get secondhand ones
Yeah.
from the irrigation districts.
So like a 6 or 8 inch pump and then hose, and so what would you do? Like you'd have pump down there and then hose to there and pump into the lake?
Yeah, you're allowed to. Environment wants all that stormwater into the lake. Probably 15, 20 years ago, they'd shoot you. But that's where they want it to go now.
yeah,
And that-
our capital master plan has projects. That you guys have in your 5-year capital plan, where you should start. Which will be brought to you guys, which projects do you want to move forward? We have an idea. But that'll be your guys' finalization. Now, this pump.
It-
I would have to
it could
price
either
this
be-
pump for, yeah,
It could either be a pump. Or let's say for this is the most important area, because this is
Yeah.
where all our. Drains are, and if this gets flooded out, we're food.
but if we had
do
to,
what?
if we had to, we ran into a situation where there was a 100-year storm. And we don't have enough pumps, we could go rent
If,
from,
if it's a big area, you're not renting anywhere unless you go to
Edmonton.
somewhere in a big hurry, like this thing could just be bad. I know it sounds crazy, but it's just so. I've seen it, I've been in places in Europe where. Gone,
Yeah, flash floods.
just gone.
do you want me to check with costs if we had to rent larger stuff, how we get it? I can assess that.
Well, I can do some of this too, Melissa, but the thing
Okay.
is, it's not. It's can you get it when you need it?
Yeah.
Does our little pump, the 3-inch,
Mhm.
has it been started this winter?
I'll have to double check on that.
That. What's good is the generator when you can't start it unless you have to have a battery to start it? Is that being charged up? Like, there's a lot of stuff that maintenance probably just doesn't know about.
Well, he used a lot of pumps and generators when we were doing the watering for the trees. We used them a lot.
But
When
it's
that
just
tree
that-
planting happened last year, so there's a fair amount of stuff that's already been used.
Could we get a copy of this report?
The stormwater one?
Yeah.
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 I wouldn't mind looking at that,
Well,
because there might be. So there's just an accumulation and nothing drains to the lake. In here and where else?
Shaw's Pond, Peasant Terrace.
So it potentially would flood private residences.
Yeah.
Well, there
And
is a
this
drain.
report identifies where private residences or roads or.
Well, there was
things are that.
The French drain does have an outlet, but it's at the top here or just
No,
below.
it's right at the bottom of the
At
hill.
the- Yeah, below the hill.
What pipe's this?
Yeah, which is.
Yeah.
Like-
And French drains are famous for not managing large volumes of water
Yes.
quickly. They're more for longer term.
Yeah, I took the water table down here. That's why that tank has to be heated all winter is because they couldn't bury it.
Yeah.
Kept on sloughing in.
Yeah.
So the water table is definitely down. It's probably 12 feet.
Okay, we'll get you the report so you guys can read it,
Yeah.
because that's the engineered report.
And get us a cost for even a 6 or 8 inch trash pump on trailer with you know, whatever length of hosing we would need or piping, we would,
Well, you
you
can-
almost need that irrigation pipe, don't you?
You can get, I looked into that before down at Tabor and Lethbridge. And they have secondhand pipe
Yeah.
and stuff.
But you would need to find that cost,
Yeah,
because if it has, I mean, it's obviously going, and whether or not that would, I would assume,
I would assume that
Most
would
that's
be a
capital.
grant,
yeah,
Yeah.
but it's
but
something.
I
Right.
have to know.
Do you want me to investigate that? I mean, I don't mind doing this shit.
That's up to you guys.
Sure. Sure. You know,
Lauren
you-
wants to
yeah.
gather the numbers and bring it back.
Yeah, I'm not saying, I'm just putting this thing out there
Yeah.
for. It would be such a. Shame if it happened and we weren't prepared.
Yeah, no, and,
It's
you know, like
better
Dan
to-
said,
yeah.
Dan and I should be familiar with this.
Yeah, with where it goes.
Engineered study and risks that it identifies.
Okay, Lauren will do that.
Okay, side by side mini truck, I thought we
Done.
addressed that. Okay,
Done.
remove that.
That's
It's
done.
here.
It's here,
It's here.
Yeah.
we're writing after a meeting.
You're gonna see us going around.
Fused drain line, is that the end of third?
So, no, down at Shaw's, at the end of Third
Yeah,
Street,
the pond,
that's where the pipe. Cam lock blew off
okay,
and flooded Stephanie's garage. And so there was a big insurance claim for that. But all has to be done. Like when I'm looking at it, we have the line that's the same as the water line, because I bought it from the commission. It was unused, and so we ran it in between Third and First Street down the MR. And in beside behind Bob Green's and Mary's old place on Second, and behind there's a hole. And when we pump the water, it just disappears. It just goes gone. It's amazing. I don't
so we're taking it from the Third Street slough and putting it in the Second Street slough.
know, it's
No?
just going into a hollow in the MR in between.
So it's not a natural, doesn't hold water.
No,
No, I'd have to take you guys down, because I've walked it and it's very intriguing and interesting to review. Because in the plans that you will read for the stormwater management plan, there's a different idea that the engineers have approached,
Okay.
okay?
So it's the fact that Third Street pond floods the residences around it.
yeah, the basement and the crawl spaces get the water.
We have a pumping license.
So it's
the-
our responsibility to keep that level low?
Under a certain level, yes. At this point, until we enact the formalized stormwater management plan and the project that will alleviate that.
So it is the lowest spot in that area right
It's
now,
a huge drainage area.
into that one particular spot.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not as big as this one. But it's big, you'll see it on the maps.
Okay.
But the thing is, what I put there is, so where this line comes and cam lock goes over the top of their driveway on Buffalo Road down into the slough, and then that's where we run the trash pump. But all you
There
have,
is no slough down there, the pipe, you said there's
no, down when you're pumping it out of the slough.
Yes, okay,
So then what we can do is just you don't even have to put a culvert. You can just bury a line that is fused where it goes, so you don't put a cam lock on there. You put a cam lock down towards the slope where it goes, if it ever flipped off, it'd just go back into the slough instead of on private property.
so I think it's puzzling, it took me a while to get this
Yeah.
figured out. So the elevations here. Where we start running into the issue here, so this is Third Street. So it's right here where this road is supposed to be.
Going through.
Going through is a big slough hole. Part of it was on this person's property, but they have been working with Alberta Environment
To fill it.
to fill it. Okay, and they've paid their compensation that they have to do to be able to do that. And they had to do the engineering, all that stuff. What happens previously is that we would pump this out, we'd run a hose. Then we'd run another hose way down here to about there. And get the water out. In the engineered plan, you would put in a drain line across here, and then it would lead over to here.
That's a hill.
Okay. No, there's a big
There's
screw there.
In the
big,
middle of that? there's a big
yes,
slough.
yes. And then this would become a stormwater retention area.
Yeah.
And then you would do another, so it releases out here,
Okay.
okay? Which is to start joining these things so they're not isolated ponds that just overflow.
Yeah.
And the only downfall of doing that is then you would be taking through water down to the beach.
Well,
There would be mechanisms
it's a
built in.
stormwater, yeah, it's.
So the way it sits in one place, the elevation and sits there and cleans up somewhat.
Yeah.
Yes.
It runs through bulrushes and all of that.
Yeah, there would be certain conditions when you're building this to be able to, it's like anything, and when you do a release from a lagoon. When you release your lagoon, you're testing at the end, then you're releasing, and then there's a filtration that's gonna happen as it's
Before
heading.
it hits water.
Yes,
So they've got the plan is made and there's no, they've just identified all the low areas. And there is, they did give us a cost.
oh, I've got projects and
Yeah, it's all-
costs, and it's all worked into the capital.
I'm trying. Oh, there you go. No, not too far. Up.
Yeah, keep going.
It's slow. Give it a moment. I'm fighting with it. Cause I saw there's a map that shows all your elevation tables.
Yes. And then the other thing is what Lauren's talking about is that when their driveway, they have a driveway right about here. This is really high.
Yeah, it's a hill.
It's a hill. So what Lauren's saying is he would want to go underneath here over to here, but we'd end up having to go a lot farther because it's quite high.
Yeah, you'd be putting a culvert into a hill.
Which
they-
then we'd have to connect the piping, which would all have
Well,
to be
no,
buried,
the
And there's a lot-
culvert I mentioned there was so you can just shove it through the culvert.
right?
But it would be the solid line, the same as that black line that's there, and it would be fused on.
But you're not pumping out of it.
You pump into that line.
You would-
I would really have to take you guys down there.
Yeah, we'd have to see that.
You have to see, because when I walked where this pipe is just laying there and realizing how high it is, and if you went underneath, it would almost make sense to maybe get this project done.
Okay, that would be a capital
Yes,
and, yeah,
it's on your capital plan, you can
I
read
sent you
it.
the stormwater thing. It's sticking and I
yeah,
don't.
yeah, I'll download it.
Probably because it's.
It's a
trying
big
to share.
file. It's a big file. No, I'm not sharing it. I just put it up on the
Oh, yeah.
screen.
It's a lot
There
of
you go.
maps
Some of it
and
there.
Oh,
details.
there you go. And a little bit more.
But it'll tell you the low areas and kind of where we've got things, and there's a lot of stormwater management, and then any development moving forward. Stormwater management has to be on the developer.
I think probably like this isn't a big project, like Urban Dirt Works can come out here and fuse that line. And it can be buried with a hole, like there's no,
Across their driveway?
well, it's actually our road along.
There you go. A little bit there.
Yeah,
Yeah, but we can't, if whatever we do, we've given them that access to join to the road, so we're gonna have to repair it and bring it back to a standard. And then we have to take a look at the other parts of it, because we can't just make it go through and then another pipe coming up, because that's not gonna work. So if we have to fuse more of a line to run it farther in, then there's Like, there's a lot of trees in
Unless
there.
if you went and looked at it, you're not.
This is it right here?
Yeah.
So is this the low and this is the high or vice?
Like the elevation is.
And I was thinking that's for the lowest,
So the red is the lowest and the blue is, purple is the highest.
yeah.
Yeah,
So red, slough, yeah, okay. So from here, you're suggesting draining it into here?
No,
Pumping
no.
it right now?
oh,
Oh, no, that's the road.
yeah, no, Lauren is, right now, the existing is, we would just take a hose
Sorry.
and well, throw a pump in here and then we run the hose across their driveway here. Because this goes in quite far in here,
Mhm.
but it won't be now. And then we have another line that sits here.
That you can walk.
Just a
on.
That we
4-inch
throw-
line.
Yeah, that we throw cam lock on and it runs all the way down to here.
Pumping, where's the pump located?
Just
The
on
pump
Buffalo Road.
would go down here.
So pump is here and he pumps from here into a hose that runs this way.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'd put the pump in.
A 4-inch line?
Yeah.
that's a 3.
See?
I think it's
So
3.
And what they're talking is,
what the engineers are talking about is from here, we would do a line.
Call,
It's probably just catching up to.
Yeah.
A culvert or drainage that would then flow towards this way. And we do a drainage thing in here.
Are we
So that would
floating?
be a holding.
Are we
Through
floating
private?
buildup?
no,
No, this is all down.
but this is lower than this
Right,
Yeah.
but we'd have where if it hits a certain
point,
level,
yeah,
it would
then it
flow.
goes.
So it would become a natural
Okay.
instead of the pumping. we
Yeah, the
wouldn't be
pumping
doing
is
the
a
pumping.
temporary solution.
That's right. This would be a permanent solution and then eventually we would have to have the drain going up this way through our municipal right of way that we have in there.
And so we're not gonna flood out these guys in here with this new lot that's that super low one,
Yeah.
those two?
it'll flood.
We'll flood
Well-
those two if we pump water in
Yeah,
there.
two-
This has to be re-engineered.
See if you
It's
put a-
in the report that
So
they
you
would have
you
to,
have to put an official pond in there.
yes, and do your,
Stormwater.
Yeah.
Drainage and.
The whole project, not, the cost is not included engineering or other associate cost fees for the whole stormwater is over $1 million. It's
yeah, 1.2 million if you did all of them and there's 7.
Wow.
But if you do that,
That spot for.
the pond 3 storm pond, is that the one? I think it is.
Yeah, she's
Well, I
probably.
think before,
Yeah.
I think we need to.
Yeah.
Look at it.
But definitely this would be a component of like the
Yeah.
3 and 5 year plans.
Yeah.
Yes, it's in there.
It's already incorporated, but just
Yes,
see.
it's just that we need to.
But
be
this
sure.
is this thing would just be a fix it, so.
Yeah.
You're not having danger of blowing that line.
No, because, but this is something that would take at least a few years to be.
Oh, this whole
implementing the
project?
fix. Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
so like having a trash pump is something to definitely consider for the near
Emergency.
term.
Yeah, the trash pump, I definitely would be something I think we should have the numbers so we know.
We could probably technically use that trash pump to pump that out.
Okay, well,
Yes.
what if I look into the
But-
trash pump for sure and Urban Dirt Works, I could get a hold of them on Sylvan for the pond. They've done all the rest of our crap around here.
That
I could
is
just-
your guys' call on how far you wanna go with this.
I'll just get an estimate. Because they're real easy to talk to.
The estimate of doing like the storm, like
This-
that thing is pond 3, so I
Yeah.
think also you would look at doing that.
Yeah, honestly, the line would only be probably maybe max 30 feet.
If you could get me the information, I can send it off to Sarah and get them to provide us with a cost estimate on. If you move that forward, but I think we need to have the engineers that did our report work on this. I would say, unless council wants it done differently.
I just don't think you're going to drain that Third Street pond into that MR area, cause I think it's quite a bit higher, is it not? You think it's lower?
The MR and
Like,
towards,
well, here,
Yeah.
I think this is the lowest point here,
Yeah.
Yeah,
and you're gonna try to drain it into here without putting a pump in?
that's what they were talking about then. But if you go back there on a wet year, that area beside Fourth Street, you're
Yeah.
gonna jeopardize,
These guys,
2 of them properties are gonna flood.
yeah. So I'm worried that if you put a passive culvert, that you don't need pumps. You gotta find a way to get through all these guys' properties, which is not gonna be fun and it will be expensive.
Yep.
And then you're pumping it into here, which is. I have
That
to
would
walk.
have to be redone, so you'll have to read the report, because they said you would have to
Yeah.
redo that area.
I think we
and I
need to
think
read the report, and probably walk it.
Yeah,
I emailed it to you.
I think, yes, okay.
Okay, I'll just work on them two things and not waste Melissa.
Okay. Fixed drain line cut in front of new office. What did we cut?
No, that's been repaired, it's fixed.
That's done.
Gone, fill cage for old files, file cage, sorry.
No, because all those files, there's only the
So
minimal
few
amount that are
boxes.
gonna be coming in here.
Okay, we don't need that.
Okay, this, now, just a minute, drain swale from dumpster area to the lake, so that goes on the committee. They have to know whoever's on the committee has to know the potential.
Well, it'll cut right through the recreation area.
Well, they have to tell us what the plan is, then we have to get the engineers to review with our drainage. How can this be implemented, or do we have to do major drainage change?
It's a
Well,
touch and go thing.
yeah, but we're gonna have a hard time saying, let's put a dance floor or something outside. And then you're gonna put a swale that goes, a 4-foot swale is massive, right through the middle of it.
Well, that's, if you wanna put a dance floor out here and you want it paved, then we should make sure that whatever drainage situation is gonna arise is looked at through the engineers before we.
That's, I guess my point is we need them to be realistic about, yes, this is possible or not way in hell.
Yeah,
Cause if you put a swale through here, that's, your parking lot's
huge.
gone.
Yeah,
Cause you got a hill there.
yeah, yeah, there's a lot.
I don't know, I just,
You can't take it out that way, eh?
no.
By Front Street. Or back through here,
You know,
See,
there's
like
got,
in the early days, the only way you could get to Paul's place was to go Lakeview Avenue, turn around and come to the tennis courts
oh, and then through
and
here.
through here. That property's over there, that was all slough. I dug 12 feet of gumbo at my son's place there in the front of the walk-up.
yeah.
Hmm.
But as development happens, elevations change.
And more,
drainage changes.
yeah, more development is the biggest problem, roads and roofs, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, but so historically, where would all this water have drained before?
Well, the slough was all the way to Buffalo to the four-way stop.
Okay,
It was huge, and it was also connected with that one across
Behind you.
behind Havens. And that one that's by Paul's was always there, just like it is.
so it would just kind of flow back that way and then over
Yeah, it was,
towards the,
it was huge.
Yeah,
okay,
and unfortunately, part of this report, as you read it, they're thinking of making sure that that does continue to get out
yeah,
through an outlet.
So right now, down at Pheasant Terrace there, where that manhole is, there's an underground line that goes up over the boat launch road into that quarter section over there. And we have a signed agreement from our MR to pump over into their property. So that's why the line is there, and it's done on an arch, so it drains in the winter.
okay,
Yeah,
Okay.
interesting, yeah, let's
get
learn
at least-
about those things.
there's lots of things to learn out of this
The
report.
dynamics, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Hull Society Candidates Forum.
Is that, the reason that I put that on there is that a village business or is that a all society?
Well, and the question is, because we put 5,000 for election, we know what we did last year, but with the dynamics of this year, it's gonna be a bit of change. Because I don't think they'll come in your next report. We are proposing with the legislative changes that we would like to do the advanced and a regular. And there's costs for having the staffing that will be higher in that sense, but we don't wanna do the mail out, but we have to do certain mail outs because we have to meet
MGA.
the election
And
act.
with a 25 cents increase to a letter. From last year
We're
to this
trying
year.
to do things as cost effective as possible, so we think we can still stay within the 5,000, but if another request of $700 or more comes to us.
Did we pay for the candidates forum last year?
No,
No, the official administrator said no. He gave us a $5,000 budget, we had to stay within that 5,000.
So if the Hall Society decides they want a candidates forum, they have to pay for
That would be, they'll send in a request to you guys, so it's your call, are you,
it? So do we want, you're asking, do we wanna see $700 in the budget for a potential candidates forum for
yes,
2025?
yes, because that request will come.
Well, and we never paid it last year.
No, we didn't pay it last year
Oh,
because
sorry.
other municipalities.
other municipalities don't.
So would that reflect the rental costs for an evening at the hall? $700?
No, it was to have them
It's
up here
a
because
video.
they had it made so it could go on to YouTube and be broadcast for people that weren't here.
Oh, it was the tech that were up here for that.
Yeah.
Oh, right, there was those guys.
Yeah,
Right, but then that was a
Oh.
by-election and this election is running actually right in the summer and it's hitting every long weekend, like we will be working every long weekend is.
Okay, but that's, the candidates forum is different than the election.
Correct.
So this is saying, do we as a council wanna support a candidates forum?
Yeah,
Do you want to
Basic.
pay for it because the request will come in, but based on review of other municipalities, they don't.
they don't do a candidates forum or they don't pay?
No,
They don't
other
pay
groups
for it,
do.
other groups, like
Groups
the
do it.
library or other groups do it.
So Stellar would be the Stellar Board of Trade does it, or
Yeah.
the library group, I think they partnered with the library.
and that's, they had a forum and didn't broadcast it. So,
But I don't know, this is your guys' call, I know this request will come based that it is an election year.
I don't think we need to put anything against it. Any money, like in part, as part of the budget,
Okay.
I think but who makes that decision when there's no council?
Oh, you're
Well,
kind
no, you guys will have
Well,
a
we-
council,
we
'cause
pass
we're
the
gonna
budget.
be, they're gonna,
No, but what happens if, once we dissolve council and it's partway through the,
of can't make it.
Well, council is still there.
Decision essentially though, right, it's like,
if you guys, if we're
Budget.
flat into the election and I don't have a council because I've already
Yeah.
done nomination day.
Yeah.
And a request comes in, I can't fill it because it's not my budget.
it's not a budget, yeah.
That's how I'll treat it, but if it comes in ahead of time,
and you have a budget item against it, then you could. That's what you're saying.
or council's going to have it brought to them and then they're going to say yay or nay, and they're gonna tell me, are you taking it from reserves? Because I don't have anything extra in my budget.
and that's probably what would happen to Benson.
And that's how the budgets change when things are all of a sudden,
Going off track.
yes. So we just wanted to make you well aware now.
Or it would fit, that 700 would fit under the cultural portion of the budget.
No, cause it's still elections.
Yeah, it's.
But if it's a candidates forum that the whole
Yeah.
society wants, if
guess.
somebody
Yeah.
wants,
Could put it under
Technically,
there.
don't have a good GL for that one, but.
I'm just saying,
Yes.
it could. So I don't think we need to.
Or take that out of the hall rent money, I mean.
Yeah,
Which is fine, because that's actually their money they're holding, that's your guys's anyway.
Yeah,
okay. Boat motor.
Boat motor, we got the boat is at the Heartland Marine, the pontoon boat. But we need a motor because there's no place to put the buoys in. And
Yeah.
the swimming buoys, we just walk them in.
They broke the boat, they dropped it in the water, wasn't it?
It broke, it dropped into the water, it broke from the.
Transit.
It's what attaches to the pontoon boat,
Okay,
they broke and went into the water.
And that happened in 2022. And
So-
so we didn't fix it last year because with the low water level and
We're not
everything that's
using it.
going on, we just figured,
And
why
more-
are we wasting the money
It's,
right
it's
now?
not worth fixing the motor, it's damaged.
So you need-
Yeah, so you need a new one.
And they're
which-
worth- it's about $5,000.
What size motor is it?
Just 25 horse.
Now, I am thinking if we were gonna do it. Just buy a brand new motor. But I should be looking under grants, see if we can figure out if we can get that approved under there because we need it based on what we do. But at this point in time, this year, I don't
I don't
think,
think the water should get that high.
yeah,
Is the boat solely for putting the boys in and getting the
Yeah,
boys out?
twice a year.
yeah,
Can that be contracted out?
why not?
I looked for, the trouble is with it, the weight of them. Cause we have a winch on there to pull them. And one, Gene from down at, next to Mike's place down there had a pontoon boat. He did it one year, but it damaged his boat because he got hit in cement anchors and then there's mud and shit all over the place, so.
Aaron, what does Roshan do?
Well, that's where our boat was working when it got damaged.
That time, don't look at me at that one, it wasn't me.
I know it wasn't you, but I was furious.
I wasn't even here.
No, they were putting, most of the time, 95, other than that 5% time, they are taking out, the summer students put on their swimming trunks and put out the buoys, the swimming ones, and, well, that's all they have, is just.
You
the
don't
swimming
have
ones.
no weight boys, so,
No,
No.
no,
and you don't need them. But they're sure a safety.
I like them personally.
I did not see,
When they were out
I
there-
did not see them last year.
we
and-
couldn't
You
flash.
couldn't get them out there,
Well, you,
you're walking away.
No, I think,
I think they're
I think
for-
for myself and people feel it's a good. Just to make sure that, if I'm inside those buoys, I don't need to worry much about boats. If I'm swimming outside, then I know I need to be aware, and if I'm boating, I know.
so we put
I know
we put them in 6 feet of water, is that
Or,
in 4, anything, so they're in 4 feet of water.
It varies though.
Yeah, it depends.
that's why
like-
they're this way looking
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
But they had them, when we were doing it well, they were in a straight line all the way along. And
Yeah. when
It would,
water level-
it would vary based on how deep it was, but
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
approximately where you're getting out, where you.
When we have normal water level, it was very consistent.
So we have a little pontoon boat with a winch, with no motor.
Yes,
Yes,
currently.
Okay.
And it is. Like you can only take 3 of the buoys at a time or 4 max because they're so heavy. It's concrete.
yeah, they have concrete. Well, actually, what you see sitting out there is exactly what we use.
On the tarp for the
Yeah.
chips.
Yeah. So we make those in a bucket and then we put a hook on them and
Yeah, I've got some.
So I don't know, I don't think we need the motor, but it's just to put it on there. I don't know,
it's on my list, but I think I'm going year by year and this year I'm thinking we won't be able to go, we don't want to go way too far out with
You know, the
the
buoys.
boys.
Yeah,
well, when you get out far enough, it just go like that.
Mhm.
Out in front of my place,
Yeah,
Eventually, yeah.
yeah, it just goes.
It just drops.
I think I agree that based on
Wait till 2026.
what we think the lake is gonna be this
Okay.
year, that we probably wouldn't do it anyway, so we could defer it, but we should have a
A boat
idea in mind.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
for something that we just use twice a year, I'm kind of wondering if there are other options rather than having your own one, but I don't know.
do you want me to review other options that might be available for 2026? Before we make a full decision, I can tell you whether I could get that boat motor under a grant or other options for 2026.
Like, I know the things are heavy as hell and all that, but is the Rochon summer students an idea, like they have a little raft that they take each one out and in that has a.
No, they walk them out.
They walk them
They
out.
walk them out.
Yeah, we do the swimming buoys,
Yeah, but
but the bigger ones,
could you do those from shore? I mean, you do boat lifts from shore.
Well, you'd have to have some big hulks.
You hiring big summer students this year?
You'd have to have a pontoon wheelbarrow.
Like it.
No, but I was wondering if you could float them out and drop them off and
It
then.
might take them a while to go a bucket at a time, but it can get done.
It can be
Bucket
done,
at a time,
I
at a
don't
time.
think it's saying it can't be done,
There
there's
are
never
more in
a
the book.
can't, there is a way.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking like, I don't know,
To be honest.
what are they doing at the other summer villages and lakes around Alberta? Is there a contractor that can add us onto his list and?
We can
come and do it?
investigate and see what options are out there with other summer villages, and then you can make a decision based on that information. that gets
Sure.
provided.
Because to spend like $20,000 on a boat motor and continue to maintain a boat that is used 2 days a year.
No, it's a motor is about 5,
Okay,
Right,
but the pontoon boat isn't really worth much. If there was a contractor that would do it, that would be ideal.
because I guess I'm hearing what you're saying, because, okay, you could spend $5,000 on a boat motor you use twice a year. Or could you find another use and take that money and put it towards maybe more of a loom bucket for when you're cleaning up the beaches? There's other things depending on what your decisions are, right?
Well, you can't go in the water with any equipment, so.
Right.
You're hooked.
But a loom bucket can be used just regularly on the beach for doing cleanup. Right, when you're picking up those piles of
The
stuff,
seaweed.
the seaweed. And then you're
Instead of
keeping the
these
sand where it is
pitchfork.
and you're getting the,
You gotta be
Seaweed off.
really careful what you do.
oh, I know.
Okay, no boat motor,
Okay,
Wait till 2026.
deferred.
Deferred. review
Gift or
other
silent
options.
auction, isn't that under like advertising or something, or?
well, I don't know, just for going to the conference, it helps pay. We used to do a couple $100 or
Yeah, no, we attended. But we don't have anything in here that we could put under as promotion or,
Admin. Promo, but not council.
Admin has promo, but not council. But if you would like council promo, we can add that in too and put a budget. It's just, this is taxpayers' money, I'd like to be very careful.
Yeah,
It's not
the
like a-
taxpayers benefit a
From that
whole
concept.
bunch more.
from that kind.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The other thing is we don't have quite a policy for donations yet.
Yeah, we're working on that, so one we wanna bring for you guys for discussion too.
There's some in the spending policy.
and there's
Is there?
0 in the advertising budget.
Yep,
No gifties.
No gift.
no gifties, but if you want me to add in more in an advertising budget, I can do that.
Well, no gifties over a certain amount if it's in there. You could be surprised what a bottle of rum will get for you.
Yeah, bottle rock's getting really pricey now.
Just a-
Okay,
So are we making any thoughts on it? I mean, I'm kind of on the fence, it's. Yeah, but a lot of the other summer villages did have things there at the ASB conference, should. I know we had like the fishing competition that we said no to, that we didn't have anything, but should we have. a Small amount designated that we,
a promo budget. And then we need a promo policy.
Yeah, maybe forget about it. Okay,
Do you want to work on a policy
maybe
first?
we do the policy first and then.
Let's ask for,
And then we can make a 2026 budget item.
I mean, it might be nice to have, Summer Village of White Sands T-shirts or whatever, or something, but I don't think we have anything in the budget for that, so. At this time,
No, and then when it comes under administrative, where we do have a slight, did we even put anything in it?
$500.
So used it. Really.
Actually, this year I didn't even put any.
I think you dealt $26 last year or something.
Yeah, and I put the same, 29.93 in there.
Went up 4% or something.
And I think that might be because, didn't I pick up? I know what it was. I
Okay.
picked up extra vests and stuff for these guys.
Uh,
That's what it was, safety vests.
Okay. Landfill requisition, that was that one that was voted on and
This is just the increase
the $6.
that'll cost us this year.
Yeah,
Okay,
And I just didn't want Melissa to forget it. It was $1,000 altogether, I guess.
there is the potential, and it's not in here, or maybe it is. So where's the cardboard bin right now?
the cardboard, no, he's talking about in the budget, don't point.
It's not 243, 200.
Yeah, it's under transportation or garbage. Garbage board.
Sorry, under,
Two, and it's 2-43, bunch of zeros, and then 200.
Landfill and recycling expense. So landfill wages, we have at zero, and then we have the contracted services there where it
that's
says.
the cardboard?
Yes, and I've got a little note saying this will change with EPR cardboard to under the county estimate 3 oh, that's different. So that could be
Zero,
zero,
but
but
until,
until then,
and that zero might not happen until 2026.
correct.
If
So-
we don't go, if this other thing doesn't go through.
So right now, I just left that number because at this point in time, we should probably still, but if it happens right away. That the county starts taking it over and we can reduce those costs, then it means we've got.
Can we follow up with that separately than this meeting, but remember, we have that. The services guy, what's his name, Andrew? Is it Andrew?
Yes, Andrew with county,
Yeah,
Oh,
follow up with Andrew at the county to see where we're at in that, if we were able to fit under their EPR process.
Yeah, I can.
Or we have to fill out that form by the end of March, right?
that's right,
So let's just follow up with him, say, because my latest to him was, can we just fit under yours and then we get this service effective end of March?
and if he hasn't touched base with them, do you want me to actually touch base with her to touch base with him? Cause she did say she could do that.
Yeah, well, I'd like to see what he has to say,
Yes.
because he was applying through Arma, but he also was talking to the next level, the pros.
Yes.
So circular materials.
Yes,
So he was talking to circular materials to see if he could slip us under, because that would save us $3,000 a year
yes,
and give us an increased service. Right?
yes,
Yeah, 'cause
it
you
would
could do more
increase our
than this.
service.
We'll
Yeah,
do more recycling?
We would have
There'd
a
be
second
two.
bin,
Yeah.
and the second bin would be plastics, cans, any packaging material.
Okay.
So including styrofoam, which kind of surprises
yeah,
me.
which is, yeah,
But all of those materials would be not cost us anything.
Nice. And cardboard goes in that same.
Cardboard would be, no, because of the volume of cardboard, you still have that, but it would be paid for.
Oh, we paid for it.
yeah, we wouldn't have a charge anymore.
Yes, they would take that, but we have to get under their wire. Cause otherwise we
Yes.
have to make application and then that pushes us back to
Next.
September of
Yeah,
2026.
and that would be great because that would see us having a cost saving there that we
Yep.
hadn't planned for, didn't realize until.
Cost savings and increase of service.
There you go.
Yes.
So you got that extra 1,000 on this year's requisition budget? Did you put it on
I
top?
put down, so I went from 21,066.60 last year to 22,462 on this year's requisition. That is,
This is pretty.
that's $1,000.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay,
So money to do preliminary study of water supply to villages, to the lots in the village. Now, I don't know, that was just put in there because sometimes, and it doesn't happen that often, but sometimes there is a grant available, and if you have some of it started, all I'm thinking is maybe there should be starting to build an account to get a preliminary study done, not do the whole thing at once, but it might be an idea to do it.
To do a plan on what it would look like to do water servicing, did it in Roshan. that was quite the surprise on servicing, what you'd require,
The budget or the whole infrastructure
the whole infrastructure.
on top of the water pump station?
Well, this was because they were coming through the water pump station, and if they were wanting to actually service
Okay,
what it would entail, you'd require to provide actual water services to your residents.
I'm sure it'll be huge.
yeah,
Yes,
in the
So-
in the millions.
oh yeah, cause you have to do a reservoir, you need to
Yeah,
have
as far as the
a reservoir.
biggest,
Yeah. That's built.
And then you gotta get, where are your lines? All the lines, what's the cost to install the lines?
And then
Yeah.
you got the cost of the pumping, and now you gotta have your own testing. 'Cause you have to have a
Yes,
Yeah.
separate testing
and then it
because
has to
you're
be
a
certified.
you know, that plan might just do. Just swipe it from Roshan, have it on file for future reference.
And we can't swipe from Roshan.
Well, you could ask them for a copy of their,
And double it.
It's probably on their site, we could pull it down for you guys to.
yeah, I'd be interested in looking at
Copy.
it, but I don't see the point of a
Okay,
preliminary study unless we can look at what they did and it'll be.
So this whole thing just kind of bugs me, like, we've got the whole Shirley McClellan water system, we're paying to it each year. We got no intention of ever
Connecting
really
to it.
doing anything with it, which I agree with, but like, what the hell, like,
well,
why is that whole thing here?
because there's a ton of people that have cisterns here.
Yeah,
Instead of
the
drilling out.
fill station, I guess, is worthwhile,
Yeah.
but I don't know.
Which we pay for. But we pay for it from that spot. But to get to that spot's what we're paying for. It's the infrastructure that we're paying for.
They actually paid for it by mistake, so
But
it doesn't matter.
the
Okay.
realistic part for you guys in this
You might
community
have to-
is that. Yes, you have to have a certain containment and you go over there, you drive over there and you fill up and you pay $4.10 a cube. And then you drive it home and you fill up your tank. Hey. I'm thinking you guys. My perception is pretty lucky because where I am, and I'm in a hamlet, which is a little village, same amount of properties. And I have the lines built in, so I pay a capital component, I pay on top of
The
a bulk,
$4, yeah.
the bulk cubic
Water rate.
meter rate of $4.50 per liter. And then I'm still paying capital on top of that.
Mhm.
And a flat charge on top of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like,
It's-
particularly me as a seasonal resident, I'm saying I'm happy with what I got.
Yeah.
Pay for
Yeah.
my pump out.
As a permanent resident, I'm happy.
Yeah, cause when I look at my bill, if I take the garbage off, but my actual bill this year, cause it goes up 3% every year, and I can budget for it.
Yeah.
Is I'm paying $147 a month, take 30 of it or 35 of it off for garbage, and the rest is all water, and I use 4 cubes a month.
Yeah, it's expensive.
So for $16 of water, you're paying.
Well, if you do
It's not cost effective.
Sharon Collins water rate for someone municipality that has infrastructure, it's not 410,
I know,
it's 285.
Oh, you save a little.
but then they're redistributing it
But
across.
then they put other things on.
Well, there would have to be for the infrastructure costs. The venture on that alone would
Yeah,
be huge.
but yet I'm on a water line that goes into our reservoir, but I guess because our reservoir's old. And there's probably a lot of things that they need to be doing. I don't know how old that reservoir is, but I can actually guess it's pretty old. That's why we have to pay such a larger rate.
Okay,
Cemetery.
Erskine Cemetery. I think I probably wouldn't spend $100 or maybe $2.
What's that for?
Every November 11th, we go out to the Erskine Cemetery and put up crosses and
Oh,
then
okay.
with poppies on them.
And we don't,
do
yeah,
40, 49.
Those stone left unturned.
And it's in conjunction with them, but we don't have any children involved, like. They put poppies on the graves,
Mhm.
we put Same as on Cloud Trail, they have
Yeah,
the
crosses,
crosses
yeah.
and then with the patio.
And I think that ends up being charged to admin, cause we don't have any.
We don't have, yeah, it's a, when Lauren does go do stuff, it's charged to.
That would almost be put under a donations policy down the road, no?
Yeah, probably.
I think I would fall into that same policy we're talking about. I think it's.
Yeah,
Okay. I'll just expense the stuff I have to get. It won't be very much.
that's for you guys to approve.
Well, if you don't sign it, I'll pay for it.
We'll figure it out. Okay,
Okay, basketball board and
This is for the other side of the court.
for the other side. 788.30 is what it was from Tomco.
Yeah, and then you gotta install it, that costs, now the new one is done. And that's all been covered between, we purchased it the year before, we installed it this year. And then we had two, we ended up having the one down at Jack's Pond fall over, which was a hazard, so we moved one of them down there. I guess the question you guys need to ask is that big enough to do two? Do we need to have two? Is it an actual full-blown court size to play?
Oh, it's just for the kids, they don't care.
So
What
is
size
it
it
necessary
is,
to do the other one, just fix the nets and leave it as is?
Well, it's broke.
The net or what's broken?
No, the board. It should come down if it's not gonna be replaced.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't, you'd see lots of people, you see lots of kids out there in the summer. I don't think it's a bad idea to have two boards there that they can do a little bit of a back and forth game on there. It's certainly not a full-size court or anything like that, but, or have one a little, that's pretty high up, have one a little bit lower for the younger kids that they can do on the other side. I don't know. I kind of like the idea of having there.
so you want us to budget in the capital grants to see if we can get another one covered?
Well, not the whole system, just the board. I don't
we
know,
don't need.
Right. It doesn't need to have the whole thing replaced on it.
because then them other ones ended up being
Right,
10 grand for two or some damn thing.
well, we'll buy the new board, that'll have the cost, and then there's the installation by those guys too. So that has to be added into that cost. What did we pay? 8,000? We did 8,000 last year for the
Yeah.
installation.
Wow,
Yeah, which does seem very high.
They did the two.
by Jack's Pond.
Yeah, they did one at Jack's Pond and the one up here.
But
They're both, one new here, one new down there, and then the previous year before that, if you go into the Capitol, we just bought the backboards.
Yeah, we just bought it, but it's still, yeah.
And I think that was between the two of them, another 4,000 to 5,000, but that was for two, so half that, 2,500, so. But I can look and put that under the grants and see if we can't get the other one done.
We might with the CCB, yeah, that one.
You mean put a whole new post in and everything?
No, I'm talking about the new backboards and them to come out here and install it.
And-
Well, we can just,
Do we not?
we could
Have a
get
maintenance
maintenance to
person?
do it. The only thing that might be up in the air is liability on the post, cause that's homemade.
That's where I need to review.
The liability on that 6-inch pipe.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Cause we know what happened with the last windstorm with the one down there, so we better make sure that we're checking.
Well, it's pretty solid, but is your insurance company gonna be concerned about it?
I need it to be reviewed and make sure that,
Well, the whole playground needs to be.
we have to have it inspected anyway,
Well, they
That's
have it
far.
as part of that.
yeah. And that's an agreement
Well,
with
if you
Town
put,
of Stettler
How about
to
if
see
we
if they
put
can
it-
send somebody out for us and charge us.
put $1,000. And then just, when I'm in Calgary, I'll pick up the board.
Has to go under the grant though,
Yeah,
So $1,000 for
Backboard and.
basketball recreation backboard
okay?
and
and net.
and maintenance you can jigger it on there.
Yeah,
It's
because,
4 bolts.
He's a welder.
yeah,
He can make whatever has to.
the. We got the right end of it, like the post and the frame on the back of it are all solid, it's just
Yeah.
replacing.
So where is it cracked?
It's all, the bottom of it is all just. Got mixed with the old ones and the new ones.
I don't want to plywood. Quite frankly.
There's, the frame itself is fine, it's just all the. All the part that's bolted onto that frame is just all busted up to pieces.
So then we should have. Inspected to make sure that all the bolt components are safe enough that we could do a new one, right? Like, is this part here any rust or anything? Like,
It didn't really look like it doesn't look like
Okay.
it. You can wander up
Well,
there.
they can look at it when they do the playground inspection.
yeah,
Yeah.
let's
That's
get the
part of that.
inspection, because that has to be done, we didn't have.
Okay,
that
but
last
it
year.
was, you made a motion to put $1,000 for the basketball background for the playground by the Bottle Depot. Is that what you made?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
and
if it's not
to,
used, it can go into the reserves.
Yeah. And we're looking at that as being funded under.
We're gonna get in trouble with the playground equipment anyway.
yeah, and check that this funding can be covered under
That's because it's,
CCB, yeah.
Okay,
That treated wood. Gonna get her one day.
Hmm.
Okay.
That'll come.
Emerging trends course, that's just something for the training budget. I just wanted to,
We have a training budget.
if you had,
mhm.
as long as you have enough in there to cover the convention for
That's what.
council, and if they wanted to go to the Brownlee deal, if it's pertinent next year, you know.
So for training, you guys had 11, or you spent $1,102, that was going to the conference, and we put it to 1,200. And then your other expenses, travel, subsistence, hotels, we took that from, you actually spent 41,000, we took it to 45,000.
4,100.
Yes,
Not 41,000.
Oh, yeah, sorry, 4,100. I must be getting tired.
So that's just for that training session that we went through. And
That's,
if you have new counselors, you're gonna have to put them through some kind of,
yes,
I mean, that was as valuable or more valuable than that having the government people come in.
Mhm.
They're
Yes.
both valuable for new counselors, but
we're working with ASBA to find where you're gonna be getting your 2-day training done up there.
Okay,
what was part of that course?
Because they
Makes
have
sense.
mandatory requirements, and since they told us we should be checking with ASBA, we brought it to their attention of. You need to incorporate it, it'd be way cheaper than
Yeah.
us spending $6,000. To get somebody out here to do the training.
Okay.
Cause that's what it'll cost.
Well, we didn't pay that the last time for municipal affairs.
No, we got lucky, but now with elections, it's a mandatory
That
requirement.
will be charged, okay.
Yeah, so, and we can't partner with Stettler, and we can't partner with the town because their elections are in October, and it says you
Oh,
must
so
have
Late.
your.
That is stupid.
You have to have your
Yes,
training
by,
completed.
within so many months, yeah.
No, before you can hold your organizational.
Oh, wow, okay, so
it's-
then it has to be tied to the summer villages.
Yes. Yeah, so they've actually done more,
We might wanna bump that budget up then, because that may increase it from a 1-2 day thing to a 2-3 day thing.
yes, it will, and you'll have hotel expenses.
I think you wanna bump that budget to $2,000 as opposed to 1,200.
So we'll change that to
Mhm.
2.
Sure. Yeah.
I just think, and it's important to have whoever those people are, to have them trained properly and.
Training school.
Yeah, can you bump the
To-
council and legislative training expense? And you can even put noted due to election training requirements.
That's a mandatory thing, you don't have a
Yeah.
choice, so
Okay, that's the list.
that's it. Got through it.
2,000?
I got a meeting to go to.
So what's the process now? The provincial budget comes out in just a few days.
Yeah,
And then do we do the rest of these as part of our regular council meetings, or do we have
We
more
don't
special
have to.
meetings? or-
no, we will have another special meeting. Right now, what we're getting into is, yes, the provincial budget's coming out at the end of this month, so we'll have to take time to analyze it. We'll have our regular council meeting and you'll find out a lot of stuff that we find out in that package. Then we've got our auditors. So they're auditing everything from our year. So I should be able to get something closer to the end of March, but we would be okay to maybe do the auditor and the final budget beginning of April. And then that's when you make your final decisions, and then we come back with a tax bylaw.
Okay. So we'll probably look to have one more special meeting in
Yes.
early April.
Yeah,
Okay,
end of March, early April.
okay. End of March, I'm away last week in March.
Yeah, and I'm
Yeah.
not here.
Okay.
Early April then it is,
April Fool's Day.
okay.
No. We sleep.
Because we're trying to, until we get more plans and get over elections and get more strat plans and all this other stuff in play. It's, yeah, you're gonna go through what we already have in the capital budget, we'll add whatever extras here that you guys just said. And we'll tweak a little bit of the budget and try to get it down to what you guys are recommending it be.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I think it's good. I think we nailed it down pretty good.
Yeah, and then once elections are over, strat planning, here we come, guys. Now, for elections, at the next meeting, we'll be bringing you a whole bunch of resolutions we're looking for, so we can start getting the rest of the election stuff organized. I figured the sooner we get through this legislation based on their requirements, we just wanna get the resolutions in place so we can say, this is how our election goes.
So if the incumbents
Mhm.
are successful or not challenged or whatever,
Yep,
do we need to do training again?
yes,
Why?
because it's an election year.
But we-
Even,
But we're existing counselors, it's not new to the position. So so existing counselors still have to take training on how to be a counselor.
Yes.
Yeah.
yes.
But they've been doing it for 20 years, like 25 years, like Lauren.
So you still have to take it.
Yeah.
After every general election, yes,
They have to have a training session.
yes.
Huh. And does that prescribe what it has to cover?
Well, the
Well,
rules
it's-
change all the time.
Yes.
So it's an update on the rules.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Does seem, yeah.
it
More,
never used to be, it was always on the municipalities to make that decision based on the CAO and the council. But the last 10 years and with all the changes with the complaints that the government receives.
Yeah.
And the
I
things they've been running into with other municipalities and having to get more involved.
You need to adjourn the meeting.
Adjourn the meeting at 2.
One
Or
twelve?
110.
1:10. I got it. That's
Well, that was good.
I should let you go to this one. Then it's a
Which one?
dash off.
Oh, is this okay.